Hello. So are you edging or am I edging you? Because I read that both ways. And I don't support either. Happy Saturday. Hi, Paul. Paula Dean. Oh, you going night-night? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You can watch. What was I saying? Great, now I forgot. It's Sunday. It's not Sunday, it's Saturday. In the real world, it's Saturday. Hey, Stinky, you going night-night? What are you doing? What? You gonna give me hugs? Before you go night-night? Come here. Close the door for me. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, you remember Daddy playing the other game? It was just like this. And I was just as goated at it.
Ooh, yet to give in, eh?
Huh?
Good. The firekeeper must be.
It's a person.
With
He's very depressed.
But what do you really know about these lords of Cinder?
Alright, go brush your teeth.
Supposed legends. Let's take Aldrich for one. A right and
Too right. You didn't see me play Dark Souls 1 or 2. This is the first time you've seen me play a Dark Souls game, so you don't know.
That he bloated like a and they made him a lord.
Oh fuck, I forgot.
Cinder, not for virtue, but for might. Such as a lord, I suppose.
You saw 1 and 2? Wait, really?
Do we have a sodding chance?
Oh. Oh! Alright, hold on. I forgot to open TikTok over here. I always forget about TikTok. Uh-oh, that's the wrong link. Call it bubonic. Bring that to a beat. Shit is bubonic. Oh my god. Dude, dealing with other tabs. Some reason Dark Souls does not like tabbing in and out of other stuff. Prank call him? Someone's dropping a phone number and TikTok and saying prank call. I don't trust that. Hold on, hold on. And I saw you playing Stalker Gamma. Oh. Jinxie's back in finals. He'll lose. We've seen these games before. Hold on, I gotta update YouTube as well. I always forget to do this. One of these days. There we go. Alright, everything's updated. Everything's fine now. Excellent. He did shit on Richie. Richie's terrible. Richie's not even good. I watched like his best highlights and it's mediocre at best. Good night. Well, you're about to. Alright. I'll close the door. Night night. I love you. That's the. Yes.
Come on, brush your teeth and let's get ready for bed.
I see you in the morning. Yeah, Richie's just not good. Top tier roller support? No, he's just not good. I've literally watched him play, and it's just like, I feel like I'm watching someone with good aim, but like brain damage play. Oh, right, that's right. Your username was Enter. Jinxie shouldn't be playing a support. He was never supposed to be a support player. He does not have the playstyle of a support player. Yeah, that's right. I'm remembering now. Alright, I don't remember what happened, though. I can't remember if I fought a boss or I was about to. Oh, I remember now. Because the creepy crab guys were here. I hit Emerald again. That's pretty good. pretty good. You fought a boss and killed him with glitches. I did not kill the boss with glitches. It's not my fault that there was a glitch that happened. I didn't cause it. I wonder if that's ever been happened before. Okay, the boss didn't glitch 3 times though. There we go. It took me dying to the boss normally twice, and then on the 3rd time, the boss glitched. I would love to figure out how to parry. Really not worth it, though. I'm gonna die. I died. Wow. Good start. Good start. Oh. I literally was just trying to figure out parrying really quick. I have not figured out parrying in this game. And I don't know if it's because of the shield, because I think different shields make it easier, right? But it didn't say he glitched 3 times. I mean, yeah, he didn't glitch 3 times, but on the time that he glitched, I killed him. It would have been, okay, I would have been absolutely dogged on if I didn't kill him when he was glitching. Just saying. Death counter's gone. Oh, hold on. Oh my god, I forgot you can't pause. There we go, it's back. Plus, that was actually the first time I've died in this game, so I don't know why the counter says that. Dude, they're so quiet. What a stupid weapon. Further development with the predicament I told you about yesterday? Anything good? Oh, wait, I forgot I have that ring that heals me, kind of. That is so cool. I wasn't even watching. Hold on, let's find out. I did not notice my health go up. I don't see my health going up, but supposedly I'm wearing that ring that does that. Movie had 3 minutes of footage that even my dad had never seen, so I'm pretty sure my dad is gonna sue. Might as well. Yeah, that's crazy as fuck. Why are they using a kazoo? When did you start Dark Souls 3? I started it like 2 days ago. Hey, DJ. I started it this week on Thursday. Alright. Not gonna lie, these guys are kind of really annoying. Oh my, I can't even get close! Dear God. Oh my God. How do you like it so far? I like it. I mean, I'm obviously seriously just barely touching the surface, but I do like it. It really takes me back to Dark Souls 1, and that makes me happy. A kazook? Oh, a kazook. I thought you said kazoo. Used for execution? Wait. Those have names? I thought it was just the stick that you shove up people's ass. I thought that's just what we all called it. Dude, these guys are ridiculous. Good lord. Dark Souls 2 sucks. I still think I like Dark Souls 2. There were parts of it that I didn't like, but overall, I like Dark Souls 2. God, I fucking hate these guys. Okay, so I see my health going up occasionally from that ring. Let me read that ring real quick, because now I'm confused how it works. Recovers HP with successive attacks. Okay, so I'm guessing when I start chaining them together. The difference between me and y'all is that I enjoyed every bit of it. Yeah, that's crazy. Some of it I was just not about. If you ask me what particularly one thing I didn't like was armor degradation. How it like persisted, I think. Or not armor, just durability degradation. The lava part? I don't remember the lava part. What was the lava part? I like that in every game I've been able to blend her, though. That's kind of the important part. Where's the big crab at? There it is. Lore-wise, it doesn't fit at all. Well, it makes sense lore-wise. It's just like a... It's not a progressive lore. It's like a... You kind of move around in the lore. Rather than just being... It's not linear. That's what I'm getting at. So far, I'm not really catching where I'm at in the lore here in this game. I've watched lore videos, but I always stop them when it gets to the third game because I don't want to spoil anything. So I'm not really sure what's going on in this one yet. Wait until you finish the game. You'll agree with me. Alright, yeah. We'll see. This whole area that I've been at up till now has made me think of like Undead Bird. I don't know what this area that I'm at is now. Like this is very new. I don't know what's up with the purple either. I hate dogs in every Souls game. Dude, the dogs in this one are insane. They're like crack addicts. Ophelia. Uh-oh. What is going on with the game has been stuttering for me today. Might be because I'm running in 2K though, I'm not sure. You're in the far future in this game, like thousands of years from Dark Souls 1. Okay. So, just out of curiosity, does that mean the void has expanded more by now? Maybe. I don't know. It's been this forest area. Specifically being in this forest area has caused me to lag a little. Purple destroys your armor durability. Oh, fuck. Really? Not by much. You'll see? Okay. What sucks is I had such like a gap between the games that I'm not really up to speed with the lore. Oh my god, I hate these guys. And then he didn't get stunned. I feel like I should go in here. Oh. I don't know about that anymore. What in the hell? Oh my... Who is the magic guy and why is he fucking me up? Oh my god, the tree. Jesus. I'm telling you, all magic users, pussies. For sure. It's this guy too. Yep. Oh, he's got a lot of health. Thousands of years after Dark Souls 1, everything is still old and shit. I thought time isn't even linear in this game because it's like basically repeating, right? Because that was kind of the essence of Dark Souls 1. I got a huge ass beanbag in my office now. I love beanbags. They're a little slept on. See what I did there? Every time the bonfire is lit, it resets. Yeah. Well, by bonfire, you're talking about the flame that what's-his-face was guarding, that king guy, right? I miss my halberd, dude. I might go back to using that, because the sword is good. I just don't know if it's worth the frost damage. The first flame. Yeah. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. I hear more. I heard more. I don't see him. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Well, yeah, in the first game, because you kill what's his name. His name starts with a G, right? The king or whatever. And then you basically get reset to the very beginning, and you're stuck in like a time loop, pretty much. Unless you let the flame burn out. That's the only way I think the time loop stops, right? Isn't that how that works? Because then you let the void take over. There's a lot of moaning around here. Almost fell down that hole. Love your magic, buddy. Big fan. Fucking dickhead. What in the hell? Gwen. Is it Gwen? The flame never burns out because someone always is going to light the flame. Oh, it's real. Oh, I thought we were the only ones that were doing it. I thought it was basically about to burn out. Like, my understanding is if we don't do it, the void takes over. Oh my god. Let me check something real quick. If I'm in 2K, there's no I'm not. Okay, it's fine. What up? Actually, when this thing starts doing frost damage, it actually is kind of insane. I only just noticed that because most people I kill only in a couple hits. This universe is just infinite, miserable, and agony? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's just like in a constant loop. What? I was unaware that there was a boss fight going on. Oh, good. Well, I might be cooked here because I don't have any Estus. Big beam of energy here? Nope. I do a lot of damage. There's definitely going to be a phase 2, though. Where did it go? Is it healing? I don't think so. What is this? What is this boss fight? Oh, fuck. Alright, now it's spicing up. Oh, wow. Man, if I had more Estus, I'm pretty sure I would have done this first try if I die here. It's you. It's you. I was wrong! Fuck's sake. Oh my god, if I just had more Estus, dude. I didn't even know I was close to a boss fight. That was the most calm boss fight ever. Alright. I just gotta sprint there. This is a rough run back, because there's a lot of dudes with long sticks. At least you get to dress as a cool-ass knight protecting cute women. I mean, you know, there's always that. Imagine getting to do that in real life. Oh, hell yeah. Love that for me. But you get no play. Yeah, you just basically are an insane, kitted out, armored simp for all the women in this game. Oh my god. Forgot there was a dog here. I hope I can do a run back here. And I hope I don't have to actually fight through all these people, because there's a lot of magic going on here. And that is tough to just run straight through. Like, look at this. Look at this run back right now. About to get blasted in the dick. I made it. Also, why didn't I two-hand, by the way? Did nobody remind me of that? God damn it. I always forget that. In every single Souls game I've ever played, I always forget to two-hand when I have a shield. The beginning cutscene explains the gist of the story. Yes, yeah, it still kind of went over my head, though. He's just teleporting away. Alright, phase 2 now. Oh, immediately found the original. I think it's the ones with purple. Yep, that one right there. Dear Lord! Oh my god. Dude, I just got gangbanged by like 3 different ice bolts. I wasn't going to focus on killing the others at all, but I guess maybe I should. By the way, armor doesn't can like maintain its durability degradation. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Jesus. Excuse me. Can I go this way? Oh, I can. Oh, wait a minute. Does this make it easier? I can't tell. Sure doesn't sound like it. Shields and boss fight are the most useless shit ever. Second in place after the yearly FC FIFA game. You missed a bonfire? I missed a bonfire? God damn. Well, I'm too committed now. I mean, I've already got this pretty much. I mean, this is pretty much a run back. So, I think I've missed like a few bonfires at this point. That's fine. Oh shit. Grab these real quick. Wait, did I not grab my souls from before? Oh my god. Alright, they punch. They stab, actually. Wow. That's new. Just gonna sit here? Just gonna sit here? Damn. That was nice. Alright, phase 2. Yeah, it definitely helps if I kill the little friends of theirs. So he's got a machine gun! What? What just stunned me? That's some dog shit. Thank God. Oh my God, I would have been pissed if I died right there. You're someone who couldn't light the flame in the past, so you burned to death, and now the flame brought you back to get strong and light it because some cripple doesn't want to light it. Got it. See, now that makes sense. That's what the intro cutscene should have been. Bonfire? Love that. Love that. See, what's weird to me is we're gonna... I think our objective is to, like, go around and kill, like, the Lords of Cinder again, or find them. It's one of the two. I can't remember. But didn't we kill the Lords of Cinder in Dark Souls 1? Or am I misinterpreting those mega bosses that we killed? It is to kill them. Okay. See, I thought we did that in the first game. But I mean, if it's a time loop, then I guess we do it again. But is it the same Lords of Cinder? By the way, I hate this guy. I mean, look at him. Look at this dude. You're gonna find and kill them. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Stop. 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 Stop! Oh, he's still alive! What a fucking maniac. I can't stun them at all. That pisses me off. Got him! The Lords of Cinder are people who already lit the flame. Oh. Well, who were the main bosses that we killed in the first game then? Like the undead guy, the mother, who else? Who else did we kill? Gwen. Who were they? Drop on your left after fighting. Hold on. Are you talking about here? Oh, are you talking about here? Hold up. No, 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 no. No! Oh my God. Grab it. I hate you too. Nothing is stunnable in this game. Oh my God. I can't believe that didn't hit me. Well, I don't know if I should be down here, but I'm definitely down here now. Ooh. Harold? Who's Harold? Terrible. I kind of wish the armor they gave you in the very beginning wasn't so good, because I'm just ignoring all this armor now. That I find. I'll go... Wait, hold on. What's this say? Could this be a bonfire? Oh. I guess I do need to go this way. I feel like I'm hauling ass through this area. I already killed the Black Knight that was here. I killed a boss that was here. Can you act zesty like last stream? What is up with you and man zest? You're making me suspicious. Praise the message. Be wary of something. Oh! I love this. I'm not acting zesty. I had plenty of zest content. That's crazy. What's crazy? I'm not acting zesty, bro. Ambush ahead? I don't believe that. There's no ambush. This guy looks scary. Whoa! He's a fiend! Alright, this guy's insane. You know what I shouldn't try to do? Parry against Dex weapons. What a dodge. I'm nuts. Why are you fiending for the zest right now? What the hell? Who the fuck was this guy? Is this Harold? Can't be. It didn't look like Harold. Wow, that's a lot of souls. You gotta learn to parry. Dude. Parrying is so hard against Dex weapons. They're so fast. Alright, if this is good loot, I'll get zesty. Paladin's Ashes? Not good loot. Can't get zesty. You know the rules. Can't do it. Shrine handmade will prepare new items. I need to actually go back to the shrine anyways. Hold on, I gotta upgrade. If I save... Actually, I'm gonna buy the key. Should I buy the key to the tower? I think I'm gonna do that. Oh, I'm in a whole new area. I think I'm in the cathedral. Is that what that said? Ophelia. No, don't buy the key. Why not? I'm gonna pay your family a visit. Tony? Who's Tony? What? Just jump from the tree? I tried jumping up there before. Hold on, where are all my souls at? So you're saying I went up here before and I tried to jump and I wasn't able to. Wait. How do I get there? You jump at an angle? Oh. Why can't I... Can I not go outside from this area? Do I have to go to, like, somewhere else to be able to get to that area? Because there's definitely, like, up one of these stairs. Like, over here, I think. I think I see it. I see it. I see it. So you're saying... Can't be this, right? Like a 20-degree angle when you're halfway from the tree. You're not talking about this tree. What happens to go through the fog wall? I can't. Oh, you're talking about this tree, aren't you? Okay. Alright. You're saying I can make this jump? Do I have to be on the tree first? Hold up. No, I can't even get on the tree. Is this the jump that you're talking about? This looks like it would be. Unless you're talking about, like, maybe you have to use the wall. Oh. Run from the stairs to the tree, then jump. Like here? Run up the tree a little? Okay. Oh! There we go. Hooray. I wonder if they made that intentional for you to actually be able to do it. Hold on, let me go check over here real fast. Nothing? Ooh. We got a freak. Oh, I don't like that guy. He's extra freaky. You guys see the way he was just running? Let's go up here first. It feels like if I go down there, I'm not going to be able to get back. Oh! Never mind. This just goes up here. Dude, the design of this place...
You...
No way.
Me, Picklebee. Me, Bumperum.
What? What are we doing here? There's a hidden wall ahead? Visions of sadness. Why is this sad? Talking about this wall? Oh, that's the first hidden wall I found in this game. Well, what's the point of this? To go down here? Oh, very nice. The bird from Dark Souls 2, the things betwixt. I was gonna say, that sounded like them. Or it. Was it a them or an it? What is that? Fallen foes yield more souls. That's actually huge. Yeah, that's actually massive. To be able to constantly get more souls. Oh, that's nice. Alright, let's go back up, because now I want to go... Did I read this before? Holy King Lothric, last line of his hope. Yeah. Last hope of his line. I don't know. One of the two. Let me go back outside, because I want to go see what that guy was doing. You are at a Firelink Shrine? Good loot, now axe zesty. What good loot? There was no... the deal was there had to be good loot on the body. I can't just give away free zest. It doesn't work like that.
Speak thine heart's desire. Very well. Then touch the darkness within me. Take nothing.
What do we level here? Not attunement. I think I needed faith, right? I needed faith for something. We'll just level it to that anyways. And that's all I can afford, actually. Plan B is I make a chemical bomb made out of bleach and other toxic just to give everyone third-degree burns and serious lung problems. What?
Farewell, Ashen One.
Have you burned Undead Bone Shard on the bonfire yet? Not...
Ashen One, be sure to bring more souls.
Undead Bone Shard. Do I have that? Hold on. I haven't before, but I just did now. Oh, does that... that levels up the bonfire? What does that do for me? By the way, I need to upgrade my Estus.
Welcome home, Ashen. Speak.
I forgot how to do that. I think the... oh, it's the smith guy. He does it. I have no more. Dude, that guy's armor... Is that the Artorias helmet? Oh, that's sick. I miss Artorias so bad, dude. What a good boss fight.
That is wasn't he?
Hey, I got another Estus, though.
Brilliant.
Welcome home, Ashen. Speak thine heart's.
Does she have anything to say now?
Ashen One, to sovereignless souls, I will show thee, Ashen One.
Nope. You hated it for 3 hours? I didn't hate it. It was just fucking hard. It was probably still to this day one of my favorite Dark Souls boss fights. Have you leveled up your weapon enough? Good point, actually. I could go ahead and start leveling this weapon, because I don't see myself changing from weapons for a little while, because this one's actually pretty good. Let me do that. Also, let me check my other weapons real fast. One of these needed faith. I can't even remember what it was. Oh, the chime. That's right. Because I was going to do miracles. Yeah, I think what I'm using is going to be the best for right now. Don't leave yet. Go outside to the right. Hold on. Let me upgrade my weapon real quick. If I can. What do we need? Twinkling Titanite? I have that. Love that. I don't need to infuse it. It's already infused. Give coal.
Oh, my. This coal is from the...
I did speak to the little king guy that was up on the throne, yeah.
Used to forge the weapons of Farron's Abyss Watchers. A fine prize.
I gave him something for like transposition or something.
Now I'll be equipped to
Oh.
infuse special gems. Praise the gods, eh?
Nice. Okay, so I can actually infuse weapons with gems now? Is that what he's saying? I don't know how to do that, but I think that's what he was saying.
Pretty beaker.
Yeah, I forgot. I needed to bring him something for like soul transposition. Oh, wait, no. It's how I got the weapons. Like boss weapons. Where'd he go? Oh, he's still here.
Aha, so.
Yeah, so this is how I can get like boss weapons, which is kind of crazy. Probably gonna use one of these eventually.
Treat the firekeeper not with...
Okay, so you said go outside to the right. Are you so looking at her? Go outside to the right? That wouldn't be this way, right? No, that's not that way. Oh, you mean actually go outside to the right? Main entrance? I can't go out this way, though. Unless I go up top and do it. Wait, you can? Hold up. Son of a bitch. Can I get there from this way, too? That guy's doing the same thing. How did I do it my first try? Main entrance is loading? Oh, you just have to stand there? Oh. I guess I'll just go back. I thought it was just gonna stay there. Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay. Alright, outside to the right. Is that where we saw the tweaker? Yeah, this is where we saw the tweaker. Don't like that. Oh my god. Yeah, see, I don't understand parrying timing yet. Oh! I got it that time. You're so ashy, get some lotion? Nah. Oh my god, I just did it again. Got him! Apparently I do. That was probably the best parrying I've ever done in this game, and fortunately it was for that moment. Alright, what did he just give me? This thing? 115. This is a dex weapon, though. Oh, let me grab this loot real fast. East-west shield. Lame. It's a great weapon? Huh. I mean, I'm gonna be doing a strength build on this playthrough, so I feel like I'm not gonna be able to use it, though. Thief gets his wish? What? What? What are you talking about? Like I said, it had to have been on the dead body when I made the initial claim. Also, what's up here? I'm not... No. At this point, I don't even know how to be zesty anymore. It was just natural. I don't even know what you're talking about. Maybe I should start being a titty streamer. I think that's just the way. That is where you'd be getting out of. if you bought the tower key. Oh. Okay. Alright, let's head back to where we just were. I mean, I'm liking the sword that I have right now. So far, this sword's kind of dope. Honestly. I can put you in 7th position. I don't know if I want to go this way, but I'm gonna. I feel like there's a mini boss that's gonna be coming up. Like, this cathedral has had some talk about it. There's definitely gonna be a mini boss. Could this be a poor soul? All the more if only I had a comfort. You don't deserve this. What is this? Why is this so important? Wait a minute. Do we know this shield? Engraved with the crest, when the enchanted blue shields, the crest shields greatly reduces dark damage. Do we know this? Is that lore? Wait, actually, hold on. Is that a good shield, though? Oh, it is. Oh, wow. That's like a really good shield. Holy fuck. Alright, new shield. It is lore. What shield is this? I don't recognize that shield. Oh, so we got one guy, one little freak guy, just standing here being a menace. See, the thing about Dark Souls 1 pairing is it was like instant. So as soon as I saw someone starting to attack, I'd be able to like basically just parry immediately. Everything is lore though? True. Alright, we're gonna two-hand because I'm not a bitch. Whoa! Hold up. Okay. Why is everyone here a freak? Oh, hell no. What is this guy? That's stupid. Got him. Fight the guy. Had you gone straight ahead that time, you would have been fighting two guys. Oh. So that's why it would have been an ambush. That would have been awful because those both of them were like actually pretty decent. What the fuck? Where did he just come from? God. Fucking archers, dude. I see it now. I see where they're coming from. Where did the dog go? There was a dog right next to me. Where did it go? I think it just teleported to the map. This is god-awful. Oh my god. I'm getting gangbanged. This is personal at this point. Fuck this guy. Someone else is gonna need to add that today. I did a shit ton last night. Don't worry, DJ's been on it. Although I'm not even dying, so like, honestly, you pretty much just take a day off, really. I've only died like twice today, so far. Probably all that I'll end up dying, unless I find a boss, maybe. The sword is kind of cracked. was the point of that? Friend ahead? Really? It is a friend. Could this be a chance? Praised the fatty. Okay. Are we all friends? Excuse me. You were by yourself on Dark Souls 1. That is true. Oh my! From the top rope, holy shit. Oh, alright. Alright, that's what they do. Alright. So that's what the charge up does. Got it. I hope we don't have to fight these guys again. I was close to a bonfire? God damn it. Alright, I don't have to fight these guys again at least. What is going on here, by the way? Could this be a long finger? What? What? Oh, I see. There's a way I can kind of like avoid this. Okay, maybe not. Hold on. Epic. Someone chasing me? Nope. Yeah, we're not playing that game again. Alright, so you say there's a bonfire over here, huh? Better be. Oh, hell yeah. What is that? Who's... Hey, yo.
Merciful goddess, mother of the forlorn, please bear witness to our resolve.
Dude, yeah, when I was falling to death multiple times, that was pissing me off. I'm not even gonna lie. That was ridiculous.
And the ash to kindle flame.
Use bonfire before talking to him? Okay. Yeah, that why is he arching like that, dude? I don't think that's necessary to pray, but what do I know?
Wait, you've the same scent as that woman.
Of who?
Then you must be an action one. You must be. Oh. You don't know how long I've searched.
What the fuck? Alright, let me go grab my souls real quick. You're making it seem like he's gonna try to kill me, just saying. Hey, at least they're still chill. He wants your sword in him.
Didn't mean
All
to
right.
fall apart. Now, Ashen One, I have a kindness to ask of you. My lady lives in the cold land of Ariandel. I need you to show her flame. A proper flame that will burn the rot away. If you truly are ash, then it must be fire that you seek.
Do we accept this? I mean, I guess, why not? Sure. Oh, he's got a crazy beard.
Thank you. They of ash.
Oh, I'm going to DLC? Oh, shit.
Just a moment, then. The painting of Ariandel. Well, rotted scrap.
He got the curves. Dude, he's got a crazy arch with it. I'm not even gonna lie.
Take it.
Last time I touched a painting, I got sucked into painting world. So, if this happens again, oh my God, this can't be. Average cave diver.
And then the ashes.
I did have fun. I did like that painting world. It was cool. This isn't the same place, right? It can't be. It wasn't Ariandel. This guy's tweaking. I don't think this is the same place. Also, how is he able to touch it and not get sucked? It's definitely not the same place. So we're in DLC? Oh my God, is this the same place? Behind me. What the fuck? So this is the guy.
Have you just arrived? How very unusual. Just how long has it been? Rejoice, my new friend. For this is a true haven of the forlorn.
Jesus.
The cold and gentle painted world.
So this is the
Ariandel.
same place then?
Quick, go along.
I thought it was called something else.
Find one for yourself. A sweetly rotting bed to lie upon.
Okay.
You're no exception. We've all seen terrible things. But you're safe now. Let it ease your burden.
Feed the snake. I don't have a rat to feed her tonight. I'm gonna feed her tomorrow.
Home for you.
It is the same place. Okay.
Go on ahead. Find one for yourself. A sweetly
Okay. Rime blue moss clump. We're about to find if this is like frost damage. Yep, there it is. Reduces frost buildup. All right, good, good. I bet my sword's gonna be dog shit too. Might see mommy again. Hey, yo. Only the mighty may proceed. Nonstop. Thank you for the follow. Love you. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I see loot. I go get loot. I see this tree that looks like a human. Is it gonna grab me? What? Fucking magic, dude. Oh, it's not even magic. It's just a throwing spear. I'm nervous that my sword's not going to do nearly as much damage since it's a frost sword, but I don't know. It seemed to do just fine there. Why can't you be that zesty all the time? Hey, yo. So they do a fuck ton of damage to me. Got it. Oh my God, there's more. What the hell? Stop. Oh my God. Yeah. I don't think this place is for me just yet. Jesus. I just got brutalized. Let me go grab my souls and I'm out of here.
my very own home now.
What? What? Who said that? Before one faces the paintings, one should face the depths of Lothar Castle. Ah! So it even tells you don't come here until you've done like the main story. Interesting, actually. I wonder if there's any effects on the storyline at all if you do this before doing the main story. Oops, I didn't mean to press B. Chapel, right? Yeah, yeah. Dude, he's gonna be so confused. He's like, how did you just get back here? Oh, he's gone. Never mind. When's the shirtless stream? I'm not doing a shirtless stream. The hell? Oh, he just blows up. Got him that time. Those 2 doors are key to your future? Wait, which 2 doors? Oh, an Estus shard. Oh my god, they were blocking an Estus shard. Wait, which doors are you talking about? Hold on. When OnlyFans stream? Well, that's actually going to be next week. Time for rolling. Oh, that's nice. You're talking about these. When's the feet cam coming? That's paid subscriptions only. Sorry. Okay, so that's where the doors you're talking about then. Only I had a master? Okay. Okay. That's a little crazy. Does your wife approve? What she doesn't know won't hurt her. No, I have not fed Duck yet. I'm gonna feed her tomorrow because they don't have any rats yet. So I might actually just have to go get a frozen one. Oh, Firelink. Estus shard. Almost forgot. Too right, too right. Ophelia, you've been on my mind, cause it's the flood.
Ah, just good, wasn't he?
Don't forget to buy a torch. Wait, I need a torch? Put it in the microwave to defrost it. Yeah, okay. So you want me to blow up a fucking frozen rat?
Be careful.
I'm not doing that. I know what happens. Who sells torches? Well, there's the answer. So why do I need a torch? You guys fuck with Carmax? Carmex. Not the car buying dealership, the lip balm brand. God, I got this cold sore on my lips. It's fucking, it's pissing me off. Heat it with a frying pan? What? Am I too heavy? Oh my, dude, I'm constantly too heavy at this point. Hold on, I can put a point towards, what is it? Endurance? Is that what boosts my, my equipment load stat? Okay, Tim, I'm not dead. You don't need to add a death. Thank you very much.
Welcome, speak then. Very well. Then take.
Look who's late these days, huh, Tim? Interesting. Not endurance? Oh, vitality. There we go. The game you're gonna play? Wait, which game did I say I was gonna play?
Farewell, Ashen.
Stop, use, and ask if a doctor... Wait, stop and use... Stop, use, and ask... Hold on. Stop use and ask a doctor if rash occurs. Keep out of children of... I misread that. Keep out of reach of children if swallowed. Get medical help or contact a poison control center right away. Skin cancer, aging alert, spending time in the sun. That's not related to Carmex itself, though. Repo? Oh, I forgot about Repo. DJ, thank you for the Prime sub. Love you. Mwah. Try rolling. Oh, yeah. Okay, I am literally just light enough to fast roll again. Thank God. Ophelia. Why does Carmex smell good? The popular lip balm gets its pungent, earthy odor from an oil derived from the camphor tree. I'll be real, I hate the smell of Carmex. Guys, should we play Repo tonight? I'm still gonna play this for a little longer, but it's either gonna be, oh dear God, no! Why do you have 42 deaths? No reason. I don't know, I think it was a glitch or something. Twitch is being weird. Definitely didn't die yet. But yeah, I'm still planning on playing some Dark Souls for the rest. Some more tonight. I was just curious if we should add a Repo or do Satisfactory. Dude, I've had a crazy Satisfactory itch recently. Is this infinite? I think I gotta go. Oh, wow. Excuse me. Oh, they barf maggots. That's absolutely disgusting. Oh my God, I hate every bit of that. The camphor tree is a large, broad-leaved evergreen native to... The tree is known for its fissured bark. Crazy. Dark Souls, Satisfactory, and Half Sword is a stream today. See, that's what I'm saying. That seems like the vibe. I've been so locked in on Satisfactory. I love it. You shouldn't play Satisfactory. It's more like Satisfactory. Bullshit. You know my factory is super satisfying. First of all, you got to see what I just made yesterday. I made a 100% efficient factory. So what are we doing here? Why is, oh my God. Oh my God. What the fuck? This is crazy. I think I'm getting slowly poisoned or cursed or something by being there. I say slowly, it's still happening. Blood loss? Oh my God. It's from the maggots. How do I make it stop? Nope, it's incredibly efficient. Use torch. Oh. Excellent. Oh, Lord have mercy. I see those fucking things down there. Okay. So I think I need to go back the way I just was. Go to bridge. Where's the bridge? That bridge? Okay. It is 100% efficient. Like, literally, every part, it's getting directly fed and everything is getting, like, every possible chance that it could be making something, it's being exactly made. I gotta show it to you. It's brilliant. I gotta say, if I do say so myself, it's pretty brilliant. Hold on, is there anything this way? Nope. Dude, I do not like these things. So are there like context clues for me to have known to use the torch to get the maggots off? I'm not dying. Still not dead. Oh, I see that motherfucker up there. This place is fucking crazy. Oh my god, it's so fast. What the fuck? Stop. God, having a shield is so nice. What are these shiny things here? I'm gonna let you go in the whole wide world. You're the one for me. Are these lyrics? What are we talking about? Go right. Hold on, I gotta see what's. I see loot over here. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Oh wait, was this the right that you're talking about? There's a door here though. Does not open. Alright, I'll go right. I'll go right. It's tough to definitely label any player as terrible, but some Jacksonville Jaguars players have faced criticism and have had struggles, including quarterback Trevor Lawrence and former players like Blaine Gabbert. Okay. Bro, Trevor Lawrence is not a terrible quarterback. You're out of your fucking gourd if you believe that. Just because he's on a terrible team does not mean he's terrible. Alright, go back and go right. So, I'm assuming you mean this way then. Still not dead. No reason to add a death. Hole ahead. Yeah. Okay. Some Twitch streamers have faced criticism and have had struggles, including playing 90 bent over Serpent. Wait, what? Player 90 bend over Serpent? What? This is so cursed. Shortcut ahead. Really? This looks like it would come to life. Wait. I feel like this is familiar. Hold on. Please stop talking to me. I'm trying to pack. Pack faster. Wait, where are you going? Just pack. I don't know. If Ben was in the NFL, he'd be a punter. Dude, if I were in the NFL, I'd be the best wide receiver you've ever seen. What the fuck? What in the hell? You got no hands? Are you kidding me? Chunk Norris. Dude, I can catch a crazy ass pass. You don't even know. So does it... So I don't even have to keep the torch equipped, just temporarily. Headset dent does not affect a ball catcher's ability at all. Not to mention, I don't even have one. I feel like I should kill this with fire. Alright, what a throw. Great start, actually. Dude, I cannot stand these things. This looks so nasty. Ugh. I've been hanging on a plane. I'm heading onto a plane bend over. Oh, okay. Wait, you're getting on a plane at 11 o'clock at night? What? Your doctor prescribed a hat to you so it doesn't get worse? No, I'm wearing a hat because I haven't had a haircut. I get a haircut tomorrow. Damn it. No way I die here, right? I gotta be close to a bonfire. Oh, tomorrow. Day one of YouTube video titles that are out of pocket. Justified incest. It's deeper than you think. That's not even out of pocket. That's a brilliant title. Use Ember. Wait, what's an Ember do? Hold on. What? Ember. Gain strength of flame, boosting HP until death. Nah, I don't need that yet. Newest YouTube video, I bend over on a plane. Tim's YouTube video, how I got banned from flying ever again. Featuring bend over. That's what the title would be. Nice. Was there anything over here? Yeah, there was. After this fight, I'm banned for the rest of the year. Yeah, you're fucking cooked. Walk into a window. What? No lie? Wait, what do you mean? Why? Is there a fake door somewhere? I'm assuming these ledges couldn't be a fake door. It'd have to be a flat wall. What about here? Nope. Another one. Interesting. Come here, you bastard. Find the window. Not in that building. Oh. Wait a minute. Second out of pocket. Is this something you're doing right now, or are you just coming up with these titles? Which, by the way, speaking, we talked about your name changing earlier. Why did you change your name? Are you hiding from somebody? Who are you hiding from? And what's her name? Okay, nothing over here. Alright, only got one way to go right now. Bottoming 15 useful gay tips. Bottoming's not even gay, though. What? Oh my god. I found this while searching about a Telegram bot. Okay, well, there's your fucking mistake. From my understanding, everything to do with Telegram's, like, absolutely cursed. So... Oh my god, I got something in my eyeball. Oh! Oh! Oh my god. You guys ever get something in your eye and you think you got it, and then you blink and it just gets insanely worse? Wait a minute. What is this? Do I want to fall down here yet? Where am I? Oh, I'm back here. Oh my god, did I just fuck myself? Oh no. Did I just fuck myself? I didn't hit a bonfire up there. Oh no. I have to run all the way back. You can go back? Oh wait, is it because... Is it because I unlocked a shortcut earlier? Hold on a second. Someone's throwing up at me. I didn't want to pay the extra, like $10 for the real ID when I renewed my license, so after May I can't fly until I renewed in December. Oh. Go back to bonfire. If you're getting pegged, you're a bottom. Only in that moment, though. Technically, being a bottom or a top isn't like a personality trait. It's a state of matter. And it's fluid as well. You could be a bottom or a top at any point in time, given the circumstances. I follow official accounts of high-profile wanted insurgents on Telegram. Are you serious? The world's smelliest plant, also known as the corpse flower, is the Titan arum. Dude, I've heard that smells horrible. No, is this true? It's gay, I should know. Okay. Well, it's not about being gay or not. I'm just saying being pegged doesn't necessarily make you a bottom, because you could then start doing the pegging, and then now suddenly you're the top. It's a state of matter. It's like a... You can be liquid, gas, solid, plasma, or bottom or top. It's just extra states of matter. On that well on the right, there's a path to drop down to? Wait, really? That is crazy. Why do they have a Telegram account? Schrodinger's pegging. Nah, see, Tem gets it now. Okay. On the well, on the right, there's a path to drop down to. Schrodinger's pegging. Schrodinger's pegging? That's hilarious. Wait, so what's... Oh, is it this way? But now I gotta run past these nasty fuckers again. I hate these. Alright, I can only hit these twice. I don't know why I keep trying to hit them 3 times. Whoa, big damage there. It's nice that I'm starting to build up my Estus flasks again. There's a crystal lizard? Wait, did I pass one? I've killed 2 already. Easy. Wait, so what are you talking about, crystal lizard? Did I miss one? Or are you talking about like a different kind of creature? Oh, the rolling crystal lizard. Where the fuck is that thing at? Where did I come from? I came from there. They probably look at my username, interruption, join the channel. Like, who the fuck is that dude? Oh. So you're hiding from the people you follow on Telegram? Is that what you're telling me? Wait. The big crystal lizard that rolls near the window. It wouldn't be up here, right? Pretty sure this isn't it. This is where I came from. No. This ain't it. I gotta go to where I was. No? See, now I'm confused. Interruption, join the channel. Like, who the fuck is that dude? I mean, I knew who you were, though. Maybe I'm completely... I've lost the conversation here. The window you drop back to bonfire. Oh, okay. Oh, this is where the... I can already see it. Yeah, there's fucking crystals all over here. I'm not hiding from anybody. Well, that's what I'm asking, though. Why'd you change your name? Because it sure seems like you're hiding from somebody. Especially with the stalker stories that we talked about the other day. Oh, I see him. Oh, dude, but he's just chilling. I don't give a fuck. I forgot this thing's moveset. I didn't forget that, though. I didn't... Oh my god. That was scuffed. Damn. I got greedy. It's okay, it was worth it. Good ring, you say? It'd be there. Would it be there? Hold on, what's this? Door? Fake fucking news. God, I hate people that lie. Oh, more of these guys. I should have just stuck with it. I could have hit him. Poison bite ring? Let me check this out real quick. Alright, we got max HP, more souls, stamina recovery. I kind of don't want to get rid of any of these right now, though. Poison resistance. I'll use that when I really need it. That girl? Hell nah. You have any update on that? Have you tried? Well, I guess you said you're on spring break, so you won't see her anyways. Did you make a decision on that yet? I'm asking out of professional curiosity. Even though I'm not a professional, but that's okay. Wait. This just goes back up top there. Oh, I do need to go up there. So this was kind of like an optional area, I think, because I don't see any more paths. Let me check over here real quick. Yeah, there's nothing here. Refill Estus, go back to the ladder. Okay. Let's do it. Wait, I just realized I don't remember buffing my Estus, but apparently I did. I found out that she also passed this semester. That means she has a higher chance of going to the next year with me. Wait, what? What, you were hoping she like failed her grades or something? That's funny. Hoping she gets held back just so you don't have to see her. I get it though. I mean, if she's actually stalking you, you know, I'd understand. But you also said you like low-key liked it though, so that you're sending everyone in the chat mixed messages right now. Please don't see me. Oh, I hate it. Alright, if things get hairy, I gotta bone out because I have a lot of souls and I forgot. Older than me because she failed the previous year. Oh, yikes. What? Oh my god, he saw me. Oh my god, I don't have my shield. Jesus. What is up with these dead fuckers being so fast? Here in Tanzania, it is 6:33. Couldn't get sleep anymore. Oh, so it's like morning time for you. I hate the place you're going to. Better use the souls. Oh, God. Okay. Alright, let me just bone back. Jesus. Just last rested it. I guess shrine. Yeah, shrine. It's nice that lets you do that. Just go straight to the shrine. Oh, God. I can tell there's going to be a boss fight soon. It's definitely building up that way.
Welcome, husband. Very well. Then take.
Level me up. I haven't leveled up Vigor in a while. Let's do Vigor, Strength, and we'll stick with that. Just for fun, I haven't found anybody that I can buy miracles from, unless she does. Let me look. Oh, she does. Okay. How much was it?
Ah.
How much you know about Tanzania? Pretty much nothing, I'm not gonna lie. Where's that at? That's 500 souls, actually. I can afford that right now.
Ashen one.
Okay, how do I... So, I have to attune miracles, right? Attune... Wait. How do miracles work again? So, let me equip... What do I need? It's the, this thing. Sacred Chime. Wonder if chat police likes older women. Oh, it just automatically equips it for me. Very nice. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. My nephew's having a really bad migraine right now. He needed some help. Now that I think about it, I haven't had a migraine in a while. Fuck migraines, dude. They suck. That sucks. Have you drawn out true strength in the Firelink area from the weapon upgrade guy? Go left and left. You ever read about this? Wait, what? Yeah, fucking, I hate migraines, dude. Oh god, now that I've clicked out of the game, it's gonna freak out. Hanford overview. Wait, what's this about? Plutonium shit. Waste toxins? Oh. No, I haven't read anything about this at all. What's that all about? Alright, what were you saying? Drawn out, true strength in the fire link area. From the weapon upgrade guy, go left and left. I don't think I've done that. So, go left. And left again? So, like here? No, it wouldn't be here. Oh, what the fuck? When did this person get here? It's a place where Manhattan Project leftovers are stored. Oh.
Oh, our champion of Ash, welcome home. This pilgrim, with a debt in death, hardly deserves to behold this divine flame. And I never would have, had you not taken me into your service.
What did I miss? Nothing yet.
For this, and assure you of my leal service.
Draw out true
Then shall we
strength.
begin, bearer of the dark sign? Let your true strength shine.
What? Oh, he's just got a migraine right now, like a really bad one. He needed me to help with it. But yeah. I didn't see the catering woman either, so I'll go do that too. Yeah, dude, migraines suck. What does he sell? Oh, spells and shit. Okay. I've been down here before, but nothing was here last time. Kazoo? Ah, fuck. Oh, wait. Wrong way. Hold up. Oh, I remember her.
Oh, champion of Ash. I was not meant to be a firekeeper. The gods are
Oh,
ever
because they
merciful.
entered my service. That's right.
My gratitude lies with them. I am yours now.
Learn miracles. Oh. Gradually restore. Caressing tears. Nice.
Have a pleasant...
Yeah. Do you want to do the My Little Baby Boy song? Send a link of it in chat. And I'll look at it. I gotta make a phone call real quick. I'll be right back. It'll be short. I'll be right back. I'm back again. I'm staying this time. It's alright. I got a text. And I was like, oh fuck. Because, so my nephew was dealing with this migraine thing. And that kind of pimped me to check my phone. And I realized today's my dad's birthday. And I hadn't fucking called him yet. Fortunately, they're still awake. Dude, I'd have felt so bad if I didn't call my dad. I love my dad. He's such a cool guy. So, shout out, happy birthday to Dad. So I missed 2 NPCs. One was near the tower on the wall you had to unlock with the cell key, and the other was an undead settlement. One was a thief and brings good stuffs for you, and one teaches you pyromancy. I think I tried pyromancy in Dark Souls 2. It's actually kind of cool. Do you have My Little Baby Boy song? I don't know it. But let me look it up. Hold on. You're gonna have to tell me if it's the right one or not, because like I said, I don't know it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, nonstop. I love my dad. He's such a good guy. Wait, what was it called? I just looked up YouTube on YouTube. My Little Baby Boy. It's not that. This? No. If they don't have karaoke, wait, does it have karaoke? No way. Wait. I don't know this song though. This is so sus. Alright, hold up. I'll do the chorus. I'll do just the chorus. No one can call me someone who doesn't do the redemptions. Why? How in the world, first of all, did you ever find this song? How did you ever find that song? First of all. Second of all, what made you think of it just now? Alright, Kazoo is officially redeemed. The song is low-key cool. What's it about? What is the context? 'Cause you're my little baby boy. Jesus. Oh, by the way, I did get a beer. I bought a whole new case of beers. So I think I owe like 3 or 4 sips. So I'm going to do that real quick because I forgot. Okay. I'm caught up. Y'all gotta remind me, if I die, I gotta take a sip of beer. It only makes the game more fun. Alright, we're going to the area that Nonstop says is dog shit. And that makes me nervous. Oh. Yeah, I do need to put a reminder on my phone. Usually, like, I know my parents' birthdays, like I could just spout them off anytime that I'm asked. Usually I just remember. But today, though, I just slipped my mind because we were just doing a bunch of stuff today. Oh, I think I'm heavy because of the chalice now. Hold on. I gotta shed some weight. I'm gonna go for some medium armor setups now, I think. Honestly, let's do a full Herald armor build. It's fairly medium armor. I don't need armor if I just don't get hit. Plus it looks kind of... Oh, I forgot. I forgot our beautiful boy. He's so handsome. Yeah, this is good. Imagine you get hammered because of a boss. That would be crazy. Yeah, if I was drinking beer every time I fought Artorias, I would have been hammered for sure. This place is dog shit. I died a couple of times there. Well, if it's only a couple of times, it might not be too bad. We're going to find out, though. Especially now that I have weaker armor on, but I think it'll be fine. God damn. Having this stamina ring is like the nicest thing ever. I love it. If you're building towards strength, get strength to 30 soon. Okay, I'll do that. I'm close. I think I'm at like 22 or 23. So I'm not too far off, actually. Whoa. What the fuck? Wish I could kill that guy. This makes me think of... You know, this makes me think of that city that was, like, really cool looking, but then you kill one of the people and then it reveals that it's all in, like, ruins and shit. It makes me think of that place. What the fuck? Dude, I hate these things. God, I hate these things. Alright, not all of them are aggro right now, though. Okay. You can't use Estus when you have the Steam? Wait, what? What Steam? Oh my god, someone can see me. Oh, these guys. Jesus. I do feel like I have a pretty good sword right now, though. It's helping a lot. Everything's like a two hit. This place is dog shit, a bit long, but good thing there's a bonfire at the end. Thank God. Oh, what the I hate those things. Enemy ahead. Oh my God! Come on. Skinny hallways are actually terrible for me. There we go. What is that place called? This place looks like that where the demons from the Dark Souls from Dark Souls 1 when they lift you up and go take you to a city. This looks like that city from Dark Souls 1. I just don't remember the name of it. I swear I hear like a fake wall or something. Next time I'll make you sing. I love you so. I don't even know what that is. Okay. Okay. All right. Everybody calm down. Wow. Wow. I rolled off. All right. Here we go. Cheers. I think I might have to try a different beer other than Yingling. Yeah, that was... The thing is, though, now that I know that that happens like that, I won't just walk right into it the way I did. It's one of those things you, like, slowly, progressively learn the route, and then if you finally put it all together. Add death count? Oh, yeah. Is, chat police or, DJ here to add the death count? I can do it, actually. Hold up. There we go. How many times? Just once. I already added it. Alright, I don't want to fight this thing this time. Alright, it didn't see me. I didn't see it. I'm looking up random stuff. Surprise, surprise. Who would have guessed? I think it's funny you ran out of currency conversions. That used to be the normal thing. God. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's in a game? What game are you playing? Oh, by the way, I'm getting fiber internet soon. I got an email from the company that I've been waiting to install my fiber internet. They said they're finally installing fiber internet in my neighborhood, starting in April. So I should be able to get fiber internet like April 1st or some shit. I'm gonna sleep now. All right, man, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Love you as always. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday night. Hearthstone. Is that a card game? Train for I Love You So. Yeah, we'll see. I don't even know what that is. I'll have to look it up. It's Sunday? Oh my god, it is Sunday. Well, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. April 1st? Isn't that April Fool's Day? It is. It's not actually April 1st that I'll be getting it, but it's like the first week of April is when I'll be getting it. That would be hilarious, though, if my internet company was just, like, pulling an April Fool's joke on me. It's like, actually, we're not installing your fiber internet. Go fuck yourself. Oh my god, it saw me. This is ridiculous. I can't stun it with a shield block. It's like so unpredictable when I'm gonna stun it. Go left and left? Wait, up here? Oh. How'd I miss this? Rusted coin. Ben's gonna drink Grolsch? What the hell is Grolsch? You know what? I actually probably have enough space to have a bow equipped now. I'm probably not too heavy. Nope, I can still fast roll. I've never heard of Grolsch. Oh, that was an insane dodge. I did not mean to do that. Wait, why is... Oh, I equipped it in the wrong one, that's why. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, he comes down. Okay, that works actually. I feel like I am getting a uh-oh. This game has been getting really choppy for me occasionally. I don't know why. I probably should have had NVIDIA's, like, recommended graphic settings for it. I didn't think about that. Okay. How do I want to do this? I mean, it worked fine when I did what I did the first time. Oh, I missed! What is happening? Back to dual wielder, go left, then left? Okay, hold up. Wait, I came from that area, though. I've already been there. I know what you're talking about now. Ooh, fire bombs. That's actually nice. Unless you mean here. Not here, right? Definitely not down there. So you're talking about here. I've been here. Oh, but I haven't been here, though. Oh, wow. A lot of loot here. You know, the giant said he was going to help. What is happening? The giant said he was going to help me. Whatever happened to that? I don't see any more help happening. Oh, wait, he is helping me now. I think. Dear God. I can't even see where the giant is shooting from. Also, is he shooting at me? I thought we were friends now. He said, I help. I was like that. Love that, actually. Undead bone shard. Oh, wait a minute. That helps me upgrade the Firelink Shrine, doesn't it? The undead bone shard. I'm gonna have to go blow my nose. I'm like getting stuffed up right now. Okay, the arrows don't get you if you're a friend. Okay, good. Good. That's been the first time he's ever tried to help me, just saying though. Wish he would do that more often. Wait, hold up. What is this? What is this? I didn't see this before. Wait. Is this like possibly a shortcut to something? I don't think so. God, these things are so quiet. That is a shortcut, but not now. Okay, I see you. Alright, so I know now there's going to be a little sabotage over here. So don't run all the way forward. Okay, does he see me? I'd like to fight him first. Matter of fact, let's do this. Wait, I don't have any arrows? Hold on. I do have arrows. Whoa! He's so fast. These guys really don't like being comboed. Look up. Wait, what? Oh. What is... Oh, it's the things. So that's how they, like, come down and Sabotage my ass. Okay. I'm guessing they're down here too. Somewhere. I don't know. Oh my god. The locking on is kind of acting a little goofy recently. You guys remember when I said I just wouldn't let myself get sabotaged? Whatever happened to that? Alright, we made it past where we died. Okay. I hear another one. Do they just keep respawning? Oh. Why is this one arching like that? Okay. Well, he's out. Try finger. I just noticed something. So, I had like a Steam broadcast at the top right. I don't know what that was about. They don't respond, they just respawn. Oh, there's just a lot of them. Okay. I hate these fucking guys. I'm getting better at fighting it though. I hear it. Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh. Add it up. There it is. That guy just shit on me, I'm not even gonna lie. Damn. Just out of curiosity. The armors don't ever label themselves as being like medium or light or heavy armor, right? It's just you kind of have to guess based off the weight. You know what I didn't think about? I could use fire bombs on some of these guys. The Berkeley Pit is a former open pit copper mine in the western United States. Filled at a depth of about 900 feet with water that is acidic. About the acidity of beer or tomatoes. That sounds awful. Well, the good news is I'm going to have a ton of souls from doing all this. Even if that's not really that good of news. Okay. I'm going to trade this for the crossbow, actually. Because I have a lot more crossbow bolts than bows, like normal arrows. Where'd the archer guy? There he is. I missed. Oh my god. Check equip load percentage and attributes menu. I don't see a percentage. How is that missing? It's like missing, but not. Okay. Got him. Oh, if it's more than 70, you start fat rolling. How do you see the percentage, though? Because if I go to here, it doesn't show it as a percentage. Jesus, this guy. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Top right. Oh, and someone's walking up on me. Oh my god. He was not there before. Top right. I don't see it. Oh, up there. Oh. Okay, what did... Oh, I switched to the crossbow, so that's why. Okay. I see. Shit. Great. Fucking hate archers. I got fat rolls. Different kind of fat rolls, different kind. Okay, question. If I just throw a firebomb... That didn't do anything. Instantly pissed. Run and jump on another slanted roof. Oh, you mean this one? Oh, interesting. Dear God, I almost died. Wait, what's up here for me? I see this guy, though. Is this just a way to, like, avoid all that shit? Hold up. Regret. Okay. So is this just kind of like a shortcut? What the fuck? Hold on. Is there somewhere I can go here that's meaningful? Why avoiding the fat guy on the left? Wait, what? What fat guy? What? Am I missing something? I'm confused. Am I missing something obvious here? After the arrow guys go straight then left. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Cause I just, it's near a ledge and shit. Oh my god, I just fell. God damn it. Mostly because I hate fighting them. But I'll go that way. You know, someone said Dark Souls 3 runbacks were pretty brutal, and I kind of see it now. Fuck it, I'm just gonna fight this guy. I don't give a shit. Oh my god, he's still alive. How? How? Look at the health bar. That was ridiculous. Dark Souls 2 runbacks are torture? They definitely were. They definitely were really bad. I mean, the amount that I'm just getting murdered. The timing on that is ridiculous. I get hit by an arrow and then stabbed. Fuck that guy. I don't give a shit. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck these guys. Where's he at? Fuck these guys. You gotta be kidding. Oh my god, you've gotta be kidding me. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, we're good. Alright, we'll go this way. I haven't been here yet, but we'll see what's going on. Yeah, this is why I hate this. What just happened? Oh, I can't. Oh, fuck. Am I dead here? Oh my god. Oh my god. Dun, 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 dun. I love getting stuck in a corner, right with a giant fat motherfucker right in the way. How did the blowy uppy guy not kill her, by the way? Death 50, go to Satisfactory. What are we on? I want to get past this area. Let me at least get to the next bonfire, and then we'll probably swap over to Satisfactory. Because if I try like interrupting this and come back tomorrow, it's gonna be like having to relearn this pathing again. It'd be better if I just get through this. I don't know why that song stuck in my head. You can't hear me. This motherfucker's got incredibly good hearing. It's on 1 HP. Are there some enemies that just have a perk that leaves them on 1 HP? Because it seems like reliably some enemies, a hit that should have killed them, they'll be on like 1 rather than being dead. Also, I'm just going to run by this. I don't need to fight these people. I don't need to fight any of these people. I can run past literally all of them. That was satisfying. Are you kidding me? That spearman has never done that once. What are you doing? Alright. I'm gonna start with a firebomb. I think that's the move. There we go. I mean, are you kidding me? It's gotta be a joke. God. Alright, what's here? What is this? This better be good! Undead Hunter Charm. What does that do? Prevents Estus recovery within a limited area. So is there nothing over here? No path? God damn it. In that well later, there will be the fat NPC fought together. Oh, you're talking about Onion Man. I love Onion Man. Oh my god, headshot? God, he's pissed. Where do they hop down from? Of course. Of course. Of course. Just keep hitting me. I love that. Jesus, these guys are maniacs. Alright. That's them dealt with. Now I just gotta deal with the two really quick sword swinging dudes. Actually, there's this guy here too. Ridiculous. And he just killed my friend for no reason. Fucking son of a bitch. Alright, there should be one more. There's probably gonna be multiple now that I think about it. No stun. No stun. Jesus. There's a door to the left. Bonfire. Oh my god. Thank fuck. Ridiculous. How'd I know you were gonna get up? I don't like what's going on over there. Hey, we got through the area though. It pains me to know that I was so close to getting through the area in the first place. This place is cool. What in the... Dude, there's gonna be a crazy boss fight in here, I can tell. Oh. There's the boss. Great. What the fuck is that? From door left, right, then left. Okay. am I hearing? I think it's just the souls. Shortcut head, therefore try left. Oh, shortcut here too. You said left, right, right? I don't see it. Let me go to the shortcut. Oh wait, does this I'm guessing that this goes to the cathedral, doesn't it? Oh wait, what? Where am I? Also, I haven't seen any summons in this game, like, ever. Oh, God. What is this? Oh, it is to the cathedral. Nice. Okay. Huge. Oh, my God. I'm so glad I got to this area now. That looks like it'll be a good boss fight. All right, I'm gonna head over to. We're gonna head over to Satisfactory now. It's about that time. I think we got some good progress in today, though. That was good. Chat, please. Do you have the permissions to update the title? I think I've asked that before. If you don't, I'm gonna give it to you right now. Okay, I think you do now. I don't. Go to Firelink? Okay, hold on. We'll do that first. Because I forgot, actually. Yeah, I have some stuff that I can do there. Undead Bone Shard. Yep, that's what I was just thinking. Except I couldn't remember the name of it. You have the permissions to do it now, chat, please. If you want to update the stream title, leave first playthrough and just change it to something to do with Satisfactory. Alright, let's go to the Firelink real quick. I can put you in several positions without a mess. What title? Oh, I'm talking about the title of the stream. Chat, please says he's one of my mods. He just does that. Maybe now. Okay, Undead Bone Shard. So this is level 3 now. What does that... Oh, so upgrading the bonfire upgrades my Estus. Okay. I did not put that together. Look how handsome my guy is. I just love him. I don't think there's anything else that I found, right?
Ah.
Actually, hold on. Hold on.
Ashen one.
I have these. Shrine Handmaid will prepare new items. Mortician and Paladin's ashes. Should I turn those into her, or should I hold on to them? Accumulates curse. What the fuck? Why would I want that? Should I go ahead and turn these ashes in? I'm thinking I should.
Oh.
Do Mortician.
Gracious. Passing fine ash thou'st given. Let this ash bestow nourishment. I only hope these new wares content thee.
So, giving her ashes lets her sell
Gracious.
more stuff. So what does she sell now? Oh, wow. Grave Key. Undead Settlement Sewer. I don't remember that. Should only be used with the greatest of caution. I could buy arrows from her. That'd be nice. Boost damage absorption when HP is full. Pine resins? Oh, that's big. Applies fire. Oh, that's huge. I can use these for boss fights that I'm really struggling with. I don't know what the grave key is for. Undead Settlement Sewer. Oh, chat, please. You have to use, like, the actual, like, Twitch menus to do it. Okay.
Ashen
I
One,
could make it.
be sure to bring more
I could
souls.
make it a... Because I also have to... You should also be able to change the game that I'm playing, too. Alright. We'll hop on Satisfactory. Yeah, as an editor, you should be able to change the game that I'm playing as well. That key's for the place of sewer rats and undead settlement. Oh, but I already opened that. So I just don't need that at all anymore then. It's just open. Okay. Satisfactory. 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 Guys, I think I'm gonna go to American Idol. Is that show even still running? Or did they stop doing American Idol shows? Okay, it's updated. I went ahead and just updated it. If it's not that, then it's for the thief NPC? Oh, okay. I updated it, Satisfactory. That's crazy. That's actually a funny name, though. I like that. Okay. Oh god, I have to update YouTube as well. You know what? And I'm sure they're working on it. You know what'd be really nice is if OBS finally gets a menu that you can manage all of your multi-streaming titles through one menu. That would be so nice. Oh, I hear my truck running. Tim, I set up my trucks yesterday. Okay, YouTube's updated. I went to just grab my controller. I forgot I play this game on mouse and keyboard. Is there a quick way to hide all those nodes? Like the pathing nodes? Probably not. By the way, Tim, do you have experience with the tractors and shit? Because I had a bit of a situation. So I have a coal mine. It's pure. It's producing 120 per. And it's just, that's what my truck is doing. My truck is just bringing coal here. And I'm basically using this coal to fuel any trucks that stop at this place. But the issue that I'm thinking of is like, this doesn't really make sense, you know? Because I'm not going to use one truck stop as a hub for everything, right? I'm not going to have a bunch of trucks bring components from all over the place just to this one truck stop, right? That wouldn't make sense, would it? I don't use trucks, I use trains. Well, it's still kind of the same issue for train, right? You could use one truck stop for a bunch of things. But say, for example, so now, yeah, see how I'm like putting reinforced iron plates here? Say, for example, I have a truck that's also bringing coal. I can't just put those both in the same storage container, right? The issue is less of like the actual trucks, it's more so the items themselves. See, now I have like a storage container with coal and reinforced plates. Caterium? Okay. Is that the one that lets you have like smart splitters and stuff or something like that? So I guess what I'm asking is, do you have a big storage container that your train just brings a bunch of stuff of and puts it into? Smart splitter. Okay, so Caterium. It's probably this. I just gotta go find it. Let's go find it. Why does my chair feels so far away now? Something about playing with a controller and sitting back makes me feel so much further away when I switch to mouse and keyboard. We're gonna go do some exploring. Matter of fact, oh god. It has been a while since I looked at getting a better weapon. I need to make a better weapon. Because I know I can. Xeno Basher. What do I need? I need 2 Xeno Zappers. Okay. That's 1. 2. Xeno Basher. Does it tell you the stats behind these? It doesn't. How do I know which one's better, you know? I mean, obviously the Xeno Basher is going to be better, but how would I know? Statistically speaking. Finally, an upgraded weapon. Jesus. The trains work a little differently. So yes and no. Right now, I only have a few items going. So I use a smart splitter. But the train stations I set up have 3 different load unloaders. So in the future, one train, I can have it load steel pipes in front car, and they will only unload in front car unloader. And then middle car could be a different item. Okay. So it's basically each car would have different things. But see, you could almost treat each truck as its own car, you know? Kind of similarly, so I don't know. Transport is very confusing to me right now. Not really? Oh. Wait, where do I research new weapons at? I don't know how I unlocked this weapon, but whatever. If you're trying to do the same, you'd be setting up a truck station for each type of truck. See, that's what I was thinking of, though. That's what I was thinking, like, is that the solution? And that sounds like not fun, though. Because at that point, all you're doing, if I did that, all I'd be doing is getting rid of this long conveyor belt. There would be no difference. Because then I'd have to have a conveyor belt coming out of each truck station. So all it would be doing is eliminating long conveyor belts, and that's it. Just out of curiosity, is Caterium very well hidden or no? I wish... Can I not scan? Hopefully I don't run into that giant monster again, because that thing was fucking me up. Oh, actually, you know what? Since I'm exploring, I might as well go over here. Because, wait a minute. There was a crashed... Oh my god, it's a dog! I haven't seen my one dog in forever! Is this it? Is this my dog? It's not. For a train, I have a train, cargo, cargo, cargo. The train stops, and I have 3 unloaders and a line. So each of those connected cargo cabooses are still connected to one singular train, carry different items. Yeah. I don't think they're hidden. All the resources are around. Okay. I just mean, like... Because, like, for example, Sam, I had to, like, go fight monsters and shit. And, like, get into this... Basically, crevice to go find Sam. If you want to unlock guns and stuff, I think Sulfur's the main line. Yeah, I did find Sulfur. I haven't found any Caterium just around. It'd be helpful if I just found, like, a small node of it. But there was a crashed ship over here. That's what I was saying. That actually might be a small node of it right there. I don't know. It doesn't look golden enough. Where's that ship at? I think it's over here. Yeah, I think it's over there. Let me go check that. That might be it right there. I mean, you could technically always pull up the Satisfactory map too. Yeah, that's no fun, though. I like the thrill of the chase, even though the thing I'm chasing is a static object. Honestly, that's one thing I wish. I wish this game had... I might as well just mine this. A dynamic map. I think that'd make it more fun. Because not everyone's experience or factories would look the same. Because at a certain point, if the map's always the same, everyone's layouts could theoretically just look the same. Now, obviously, they never will, because everyone likes to do things their own way. But they could. By the way, finding out you could slide was insane. Also, that thing's big. Alright, let's kill it. Come here, bitch. Come here, bitch. Got him. Yeah, that's the one thing that I wish too, some kind of rando seed maps, but I guess I understand why they wouldn't be able to handcraft a specific map like this. Yeah, you don't get to tailor the map for like a story-driven game, but that's why what I think they could have done is have a story mode and a sandbox mode. And honestly, technically the game only just released. Who knows? Maybe they will do that. I think it's less of about them wanting to handcraft the map and more about the technology, because random seeding a map like this, making it balanced, is the hard part. Because they have a lot of interactivity between you and the map. Yeah, the map is huge. At the very least, I wish you could do like randomized spawns. But I'm assuming it's meant to be progressively, like you progress out further into the map and unlock more things from the starting area. So random spawns wouldn't work. I don't know. I'm sure they'll add... I think they genuinely will add random seeding eventually. Okay, here's that crashed ship. Someone told me to go check out. Got him. You do progress further out. There are a few different spawn areas you can choose from. Oh! So you can kind of choose your spawns. I wish you could make a ship. That'd be cool. Imagine flying your goods around. That'd be sick. Oh my god! Holy fuck. Oh wait, no, that's me. Never mind. I was like, how does it have so much shit? Hard drive. Okay.
Damaged hard drive successfully acquired. All pioneers.
I think
are
I did pick the
contractually
newbie one.
obliged
It's
to
been so
preserve
long, I'm
and
not
secure
sure.
any recovered hard drives for analysis in the MAM, which may result in benefits to the Fix-It mission. Speculation as to why there are crashed freighters in your Fix-It designated zone is discouraged as specified in your contract.
Interesting. They don't want me thinking. I just need one block of Caterium so I can scan it. I haven't tried the hard spawn yet. There's just 3 areas it spawns you in. Isn't there a mod, by the way, that turns... Ew, I hate that. I hate those things. Oh my god, they're so fucking gross. Looks like a crab spider, and I don't particularly dislike either of those things, but I don't like them combined. I think beginner just has more flat area. Oh, okay. I do think there's a mod that adds some like PvE elements, right? So that it's almost like you get raided. I want to say I heard someone talking about like a mod that does that. That's another thing I wish is I'm a really big fan of tower defense type stuff. That's why I've never played Factorio, but I think I would love it. Because it's like 2D Satisfactory with the added fact that you have to like defend your factories as well. I think that's cool. Now, obviously, this is the devs didn't want to go that route with this game, and that's perfectly fine. But I think they have an audience that would play the fuck out of it if it had that option. Where did it just go? Dead. Oh my god, no, it's not! I haven't looked at all the mods, but probably is. I feel like I heard someone talking about it. What is this? Bauxite? That's new. The only thing I have about Factorio is the limited resources. It's not a massive thing. I just hate having to move factories constantly or building new mining locations and belt them over. Yeah. Trains and stuff, and I think it makes it easier. I've never played it. I've always seen it as a game that I think I'd enjoy. I honestly expected that this game was going to have limited resources. I thought I'd have to be moving around a bunch. Oh, this might be it. Or it's sulfur, I can't tell. God damn it. So can I scan... Wait. Do I have to research a mineral to be able to scan it? Whoa, what is that? Hold up. Oh, you do have to research it. Okay, because I was going to say, I found bauxite. Jesus. Spitter. 25 or 100 of a mineral. Oh. What in the fuck is this? Okay. That screams nuclear energy to me. I recognize those. That was over by one of your factories. Those arches over there. This is the furthest I've ever been away from my factories, by the way. I don't ever go this far. I see something purple. Factorio is a fun game. It's just a lot more technical. Technical as in... What do you mean by technical? Oh, it's another Mercer sphere. Dead. I forgot what these are for. I don't think I need to go that way. Whoa. This is a big crevasse. Also, do you say vase as vase or vase, by the way? I've heard a lot of people say vase recently. Outside of defending your base, once it starts polluting too much, it's really just making a lot of factory lines and stuff. But you think the factory part of it is more technical than satisfactory? Yeah? Oh. Not the bougie vase way. Yeah, I've heard multiple people say vase recently, and I'm like, are we going through some sort of cultural change with how we say words with ASE at the end of it? This can't be. I think this is just iron. That's just iron. Alright, well, I guess I'll go west. I've made a really big circle. I haven't found any Caterium. I still want to have a pet, by the way. What is that? Hold on. There's something down there. Is this Sam? This might be Sam. Raw quartz. At least in optimized factory lines, if you're not making massive, disgusting messes, you're loading up and pulling multiple different resources from one belt line. And that's not really the way you do things in Satisfactory, so I guess that's a little different. So it sure does seem Satisfactory likes everything to have its own belt. Mixing and matching does not really benefit you in this game, I feel like. To try to share belts. I learned that extremely quickly when I was trying to, like... Because I don't have the smart splitter yet either, though, but still. In my mind, I'm assuming you can only split 3 things anyways. Everything in here is 1 item, 1 belt, yeah. Alright, there's my water things there. Just found out that my antidepressant has an easily bruised side effect. Well, that's no good. Isn't that like what blood thinners do, though? Alright, we'll go up here. More quartz. I might as well grab it. I don't think I've actually researched quartz yet. I don't even know what you would use it for. Quartz, in my mind, is decorative, right? Maybe not in this world. I'll find Caterium eventually. Interesting, another crash site. You could have taken a truck. I guess. I didn't expect it. I honestly expected to see like little random nodes a little more often, but I haven't found a single one, so might have overestimated how easy this would be to find. Please help. Oh god. There we go. Hey SA, how you doing tonight? Welcome in. You missed some riveting Dark Souls gameplay earlier. So we got 2 hard drives now. I didn't die at all, so that's good. Lurking while working? Oh. That rhymed. I liked that. Wait, you work on the weekends? If you're in the spawn location, I think you're in Caterium. Might be a hard find. Well, I'll tell you what. If you can figure out where I'm at, I will take hints. I don't want to just look at a map and just walk straight to it, though. That's kind of lame. Usually don't, but I did this time. Lame. Lame. SA's out here saving disasters at work. Oh, what is this? Iron, probably. Just iron. What is this? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hey! Alright.
Unknown metal collected. This metallic element is showing properties similar to those in Group 11 on the periodic table.
I don't know what the periodic table.
I
don't know the periodic table off the top of my head. Sorry.
NAM to establish classification and potential application.
Okay. So, massive. Okay. The question is, do I have enough of it to research, by the way? Do we know the number that I need to research Caterium? 29. Should be good? Okay. We're gonna find out. If not, I'll grab the tractor and we'll keep searching. I feel like the aliens have increased their... If not, I tell you where to look. Okay, perfect. I feel like the aliens have increased their numbers. They be breeding out here. Did they model and animate alien sex, perchance? If you get double overtime pay to work a Saturday and don't, I think less of you as a human. Fun fact, my overtime pay has no increase. It's just normal hours. But yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, that's a fat stack right there. Double overtime is awesome. Yeah, my overtime is just normal pay. So, I'm salary. I'm pretty sure salary... So, hold on. My understanding is salary jobs actually don't exist anymore. I thought everything had to legally be quote-unquote hourly now, because technically I'm salary too. But I still have to fill out an hourly timesheet, and I can still get paid overtime. But I have a set yearly salary. That's my understanding of it. Because I'm supposed to, as a salary employee, I'm supposed to put in 48 hours a week, so they have you put in your hours just to track you're putting in your hours. But if you work over your hours, you get overtime. There are rules around it, and it depends on state, too. Oh, true, yeah. It could just be a that could just be a Florida thing in that case. Oh, it only needs 10. Perfect. And while that's doing that, let me see. Okay, so we got Caterium now. Ingots.
The metal has been named
Quick wire.
Caterium after Fixit's greatest CEO, Katerina Parks.
Zip
It has been
oh,
noted
zip
as a viable
lines.
alternative to gold in industrial applications, specifically in advanced electronics due to its superconductivity, malleability, and corrosion resistance.
Okay, so we need to start mining this now. Let me look around this as well. Cost, Sam. I don't have anything for that. This cost alien protein. What is that? Hatcher remains. Fuck that. Stinger. Spitter. I can make food out of alien juices. Love that.
The remains researched
Medical
belong to
inhaler?
an
Oh,
organism
that's probably like
that
a
tends
quick
to
heal.
nest near objects emitting specific types of resonance. Spitters are called as such due to their ability to create and spit plasma across long distances. Spitter remains can now be made into alien
I don't know what the
protein,
point of that
and
is.
additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Anything else? Mycelia? What is mycelia? I don't even know when I found that. Don't have any of that. I did find some power slugs. Actually, I found this one. Oh! Oh, I see. I'm missing some stuff. I reopened Warband and remember the fucking unfortunate demise of my entire army. Did you get captured? Sometimes I forget that retreating is actually an option. Is it really, though? You know? Add quartz on here. You did? Damn. Tell me about quartz.
The crystalline mineral was a previously unknown variation of quartz, with uniquely large and flawless crystals, normally only found in synthetic quartz. The industrial application of this mineral will follow that of its synthetic counterpart, specifically in communication and exploration technologies.
Wait. So it can make a certain kind of ammo and the leg things? Oh, hell yeah. Man, why have I not been just finding... Why have I not been going out of my way to find shit?
Research completed. Silica recipe unlocked. New quartz research available.
New quartz research. Oh, yeah.
This unknown chemical element was in reality an unusual mixture of solid sulfide and sulfate materials from which sulfur can be extracted. Sulfur's primary use lies in fertilizers, which we have no use for. Instead, this element enables access to more volatile obstacle clearing and pioneer defending tools.
Huh. I don't have to put in hours or anything. Technically, the HR program at work tracks my pay as hourly, but there were some recent changes. I believe the only people eligible for overtime pay are those with a low salary. So at least in Michigan, which I... So you don't... Nobody tracks your hours at all? That's nice, honestly. And I agree with that. I genuinely believe, if you're paying someone on salary, if they're getting the work done, who gives a fuck how many hours they put in their week, you know? If the work's getting done, I think salary pay is how everyone should be paid, first of all. I think it's kind of ridiculous. Hourly rates are a thing at all. But yeah, if the work's getting done, why do people need to track hours? It's stupid. That's nice, though. I was forced to fight. Wait, so I thought you could end raids, though. I'm pretty sure you can end raids prematurely just so you can run. Because I've definitely done that. I was forced to fight, and I was already kind of beat up from a previous fight, and a crossbow bolt just fucking... Yeah, that sucks. I like hourly rates. Well, I mean, I guess it works for you because you're doing overtime. That's the issue. So, salary needs to have salary with the option of overtime. That's how my job does it. I guess the downside is technically you have to track your hours. Again, me tracking my hours is not really... I just put 8. If I put in an 8-hour day, I just put 8 every day, you know? If I did 8 hours, I put in 8. That's it. Nobody's checking it. But I guess tracking your hours is how you could get overtime as a salary employee, like how I do. Except I never get overtime. I don't ever... I go out of my way to not have to work on the weekends. Some people really, like, they try to work on overtime every weekend. I don't get that. Although I have a family and I have shit that I do on the weekends, so I guess if you're just out there trying to grind, then I guess I get that, trying to get overtime every single weekend. I like hourly if I'm working overtime. Current position, there's been only one time where I worked overtime. Yeah. See, yeah, that makes sense. I jumped on. That was the only OT in my 3 years of salary. And see, that makes sense, though, you know? Most of the times, I'm not even working 40 hours a week. I guess my flying I'm doing tomorrow and Thursday morning could be considered overtime in a way. Kind of, you know? It's how you look at it, truthfully. I would consider it overtime. Like, if I'm doing anything, that includes driving, by the way. If I'm not at my house or not doing something that I would be doing on my free time, I'm on the fucking clock. I'm just saying. It's kind of bullshit that we don't get paid. As a country, we don't get paid for commute. It should totally be included. That's why I want to run my own business, dude. I would love to be able to run my own business and pay employees fairly, because I think there's a lot of corporate greed out there, and it don't have to be that way. I don't think it was supposed to be that way from a country culture standpoint. When our country was founded, definitely did not have in mind corporate empires, you know. My second job is salary plus commission, and I low-key hate it. Commission is always I'll never like a commission job, right? Because you're either having to also be like a salesman, or I don't know. It's rewards based, right? So it's supposed to give you your own incentive to want to do good, but I think it's like almost subjective. You could just have a bad week of customers not wanting to buy shit, and then bam, now there goes your pay that you were expecting or something. I don't know. I put up a big fit, ended up leaving my hospital IT job when I was younger. They changed the way on-call worked, when before they'd pay you on clock and mileage from home to wherever, to only paying you once you get to the place. See, that's bullshit. Yeah, that is absolutely bullshit. It makes no sense. Here's the thing. This is what would happen. If it became a requirement for businesses to pay you for your commute, first of all, it's going to drive businesses to want to hire only locally, which I don't think that's bad. I don't think we should... I think it would encourage smaller towns to actually grow. Otherwise, people are going to try to move out of the town. So that puts pressure on the local governments to give more, business grants that encourage businesses to grow in local small towns. Because then I'm sure in the interview process, it's going to be how far away do you live? What's your commute going to be? Because we'll pay you for that. I think I don't know. I'm not a fucking economist. For sure, definitely not an economist. I've got basic understandings of shit. Maybe it's a terrible idea, but I feel like it makes sense to me. Anyways, that was a big old yap sesh. I need to find Caterium. We got to start mining that shit right now. Oh, God. Why is it so far away? Oh, it's not far away. It's right here. Why do I have a Caterium mark over there? Let me try this again. Okay, yeah, it's right here. I had one super close. Are you kidding me? Oh, hold on. I need to build a portable miner. If you're working overtime, then being hourly is fine. If you're working 40 hours or less weekly, if you can get salary at the same rate as the hourly, then it's nice. I agree. Here's the thing, though. At the end of the day, if anyone is working overtime every week, or the businesses is like putting out a ton of overtime, that is a bad manager flag. That's what that is. That is poor time management. Overtime should not be planned by the business. It should not be planned by employees. Overtime should never be a planned thing. It should only be like, at the end of the day, someone is overpromising something, right? Someone is overpromising. And that is only detrimental to, like, the employees. I don't think overtime is good for employees to have to take. Now, it can be good for their wallets. But I earn a very good hourly rate for my salary regardless. But the thing about my hourly pay jobs as they are typically, depending on type of work, way more convenient and free. Like me missing a day because my kid is sick and I need to take care of him is really only penalizing for the hours I miss. For his salary, I gotta jump through hoops and reasons on why I wasn't there. See, that is just gonna depend on which business you do it with, though. Because for us, it's like that kind of stuff is, even on salary, it's very easy to just talk it through with your manager and just be like, all right, this is the plan. I can flex my hours. I can just take some sick leave. I can do whatever, right? I can telework if it's approved. That kind of experience is going to be business to business. Yeah. All about, yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just give the bad luck of the draw and you just constantly deal with dog shit bosses, which sucks. Alright, it's definitely not down there. So is it? I think it's going to be up there. Like, name one manager that after a few years aren't completely ass wipes. It doesn't happen. So far, the job I'm currently working at, I love my manager. She is so cool. But you did say after a couple of years, and I've only worked there for a year, so she hasn't stood the test of time yet. But so far, she's been great. But really, again, that comes down to... Don't do it! Oh my god. I almost just got sent off a fucking cliff. Jesus. That was kind of fucking... Did you guys see the one that launched itself off? What the fuck? That was kind of hilarious. I can't get this. Come on now. Come on now. What if I start holding E on it? Will it let me do it? No, I don't think so. My manager currently is actually great, and it's been 3 years. But this is the first great manager. Yeah, that I will say though, this is for me also the first great manager I've had. Like, I enjoy going to work. I enjoy the people that I work with, and I'd say that is, you know, a blessing. That's not very common. So, all the stuff we're talking about, that's the hard part, is getting good management. No matter what you want to do, it all has to go through management, right? And at the end of the day, if you got bad management, you're just fucked. Alright, we're going to do a 2-meter ramp, I think. Oh my... Don't you add that death! Oh my god, you son of a bitch. Oh my fucking god. I forgot that was there. God damn it. Let me hide those real quick. You just reminded me. Oh my god, dude. I do it so often where I believe the things that I'm building were already built and I just walk through it because it's just a fucking... I've lost everything that was on me. I don't even know what I had on me. I need plates and rods. I'm gonna throw up. That hurts so bad. I just know I had some shit on me that was at least decent enough to care about. Where's the concrete? God damn it, dude. At least I didn't lose what's actually in my hand. That's nice. I think that's the first time I've ever died in this game. My first manager hated me because of my age and was a army guy. He had a meeting with me one time and stopped midway through telling me I wasn't listening to him because the army taught him if your arms are crossed, you're defensive and not taking in information. Dude, I could not. This is coming from someone in the military myself. I could not stand some people in the military. Like, some of them are so full of themselves and so kiss-assy. I couldn't. Ugh, I could not be around that crowd anymore. My math is right. 7,000 from commission? What are you, a fucking car salesman? Holy shit. Alright. So I got plates. I'll need cable. What did I need to build? I sell luxury cars? Oh shit. Like what? Like what kind of cars are you selling? Can you sell me a Lotus Evora? Okay. So if I'm gonna build a miner, I think I'm gonna have everything I need. I do need copper. Okay. I can sell you a Porsche. Take it or leave it. Porsches are nice, though. My dream car, that is actually attainable. I don't. You could call it a. I believe it's considered a. What do you call it? Fucking. A supercar. I think it's considered a supercar. It is a Lotus Evora, and I think they're only like $80,000, but they come really clean. They're really nice, and you can pretty much grab one and take it to a track, and it'd be ready for a race. They're so cool. And it's like affordable too. Like an $80,000 supercar. Pretty solid. Oh. Oh no. You know what I just realized? I lost like 2 blue slugs, a yellow slug. Oh my god. I hope that death box is actually obtainable. That's all these fuckers buy for some reason. Do you guys only sell Porsches? I could be wrong, but my brother was a car salesman and got low rate, but good commission. I think with that specifically, they pay you low because they are wanting you to make all your money from commission. They can't technically pay you zero, so they pay the bare minimum like waitresses. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for sure, that's how car salesmen, like, that is the incentive there, is that they want you to sell cars so you make money. But I don't, certain commission jobs suck. Car salesman, I think that just comes with a job, What can you do about that? I hope the death crate's just up here. That'd be great. Oh my god, it is! It's right there! Why is my power blowing up? That hasn't happened once. I haven't added anything new. Okay. Well, let me grab this stuff real quick, and we're going to go investigate that. We're going to drop these. Oh, God. I got to make room. We'll drop these. We'll drop these. We'll drop... What else? These. We'll drop this. I only really need this. That's about it. There's some dealerships that claim they don't work off commission. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why wouldn't they? Alright, let's build this one by one without Zoop on and see if I survive. I like that. Now... Oh, this is pure, too. Wait. I can't mine this. Can I? Oh my god. What is blowing me up? Hello? What the fuck? Oh, you have to get the blowy uppies, so I have to. Now I gotta do sulfur. I have no choice. 22 bucks an hour plus getting commission is actually pretty wild. That's a really good hourly rate when you also get commission. Business must be good. Alright, we gotta go investigate the power. I don't know what's going on here, but it's pissing me off. We'll go... I need to go check the power plants first. Just to make sure that none of them aren't running. I'm guessing I might have accidentally fucked up one of my conveyor belts or something. And maybe my power plants weren't getting fed. HR screwed me on my salary? Really? But you get bonuses, though. That's nice. But it's not nice to depend on getting a bonus, though, you know? Like, nobody wants to be like, well, I hope I get a bonus this year. Percentage of salary. Oh. Well, the conveyor belts are full, so this is not a good sign. I make close to 10,000 bucks a month. Damn. That's pretty good. Alright, this is full. This is full. This is full. This is full. And this is full. I'm just at max capacity. That's the issue. Oh, but that's like 70 hours a week? Damn. Yeah, that's a lot of hours. Okay, hold on. How big are these? How many do I have? I have 5. Theoretically, I should be good to just add one more. Is this going to mess up any pathing I got going on? It totally will, but that's fine. I don't really care at all. Okay. Man, these things are long. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I was not ready to just start adding things. Tell you what, let me turn this thing off. Maybe it'll at least run. If this is... Oh, wait, what? This doesn't have an off switch? Okay. Well, I guess I'll turn this off then. This should work. Fuck. See, that makes no sense, because these factories are turning... Oh. Nah, I don't know. I don't know why this is happening. I'd be mad if I live in the town my work is at, but since I live in a rural Michigan, my general costs are low. It hasn't hurt me a super bunch. Yeah. Oh, from the fixes it like you said he would in the second half? Yeah. Max out your coal power? What do you mean? I'm confused. Am I not maxing it out? How much coal can you mine? Well, I've got... How much does this take? 15. So 6 is 3 times Wait. 30, 60, 90. So it should take 90 per minute to feed all these. I'm getting coal from here. I want to say this is a pure node, so I'm thinking it's 120. So I'm pretty sure I have plenty. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have plenty. But let me... I have to go check. I just don't want to build all my coal plants yet, because I was actually going to rebuild them kind of like over here out of the way. Because there's no reason really for me to have my power being made right in the middle of my base. Yeah. I will, but I'm trying to get to Caterium first. I'm trying to prioritize. I want to say this is pure, and I'm getting 120 per. Because I have Mark IIs on here, and there'd be no other reason for me to do that if I wasn't getting 120. Yeah. So I can have fucking... How many is that? I think actually my biggest limitation is water. Which isn't a huge limitation. Mark II would get 240, I think. Oh, you're talking about the... I was talking about the conveyor belts. I have Mark II conveyor belts. I don't have Mark II miners unlocked yet. I think it's funny that the conveyor belts still run with no power. What's running the conveyor belts? Is there like a little hamster somewhere? This is going to knock me off, isn't it? Oh. Also, it's weird that those are blowing coal. Alright, so this should just be ready to go. Wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay, I gotta readjust this. So we'll send this to here. We'll send... This is gonna be a little janky, which I don't love. But like I said, I'm gonna rebuild this stuff anyways. I was trying to make it look nice, but it's just not gonna happen. Oh, that's good. That's good. And it should just do this perfectly. Alright. So those should all be fine. Now I just gotta hook up my water. Which I have... I don't know why I did it like this. Especially because I was gonna expand later. Hold on. I don't remember what setting did I have him on auto? Can't tell. Definitely not. Horizontal to vertical. Yeah, that's nice. I love the way that looks, actually. Good. God damn it. Hi, S.A.'s wife. If Brittany were awake, I'd force Brittany to come say hi as well. She really wanted me to tell you. Aw, that's very nice. I love the love. Why no hi to me? Tim, you're mean. Alright, that's good. I don't know if my water can support this. I don't know. Do you play games with your wife at all, S.A.? I've thought about trying to get my wife to play this game with me. She's not much. She doesn't like play video games, really. But now my son's starting to, and I think she's like kind of showing an interest. I feel like this would be a perfect game for like me and her to play. She thinks you're mean to me in bed. I said it. Oh, that's funny. Mean guy Tim. Mean guy Tim. The truth is coming out. Everyone knows. I don't have a node available. Except on this one, but that's kind of weird. That's fine. I don't mind weird. Alright. Let's try it. Wow. See, look at that. The usage, the consumption was way up, and now it's nosediving again. I don't know why the consumption went up so much for, like, that period of time. It's very confusing. I'll let it ride though. My wife works my ass in Mortal Kombat? That's fucking wild. Why is your wife in your ass? I tried to get my wife to play this, and she doesn't like making the factory, so I'd be constantly going on recovery missions to get her dead body from the mean dogs. They should have like a not a survival, a peaceful mode in this game, to where like the animals don't hurt you. You're gonna need more power anyways to sulfur caterium. I know, I will. I'll do it when I need to. When I have to upgrade, I will. Because the thing is, I'm also gonna have to put in new water supply, or another water supply. I have enough coal, we know that. But then I'm also going to have to rebuild it in a different location. So it's going to be like a process. So if I can skate by, I'll just skate by. And right now, this is fine. I'm almost even at my max possible consumption. So, alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go take a piss. I'll let you guys watch this factory. It's not my best factory. Actually, I gotta show you my best factory, Tim. I made it last stream. I'll be right back. Hello. Big swig, here we go. Yeah, Mark II miners in rebuild. Yeah, I think that's the plan. I was one of the best Shao Kahn and Sub-Zero players in Mortal Kombat 11. She's on a different level, though. I'm seriously trying to get her to try pro leagues. That'd be so cool, actually. One of the best. I was top 500. Is that in the world? Because that's actually crazy. I never played Mortal Kombat. Well, actually, I played one of the old ones on, like, the PSP or something. But, I do like watching Mortal Kombat. I just don't play it. Top 500 worst players? Probably same, honestly. I am probably also one of the worst. Okay, so we got shit flowing now. Oh, speaking of shit, I had a shit so bad earlier, and it just suddenly went away. Is it possible for your body to just absorb a poop? I think that might have happened to me. How are we looking on the water here? Max flow rate. I'm guessing flush is just emptying it. I don't know. I just want to do it for fun. That is what that means. Okay. Yeah, water's all good. And yeah, in the world, Japanese guys were the top 499. Japanese are built different at fighting games. Japanese and Koreans. Yeah, I feel like every time there's like a world championship for them, you always see like either like Japanese or Koreans there because they're just insane at fighting games. Like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat. Baseball, too, apparently. Didn't they just win the World Cup or something? Like the World Championship? I think the World Cup's actually an American championship. I don't know. Which is ironic. I don't know. I'm not into baseball, honestly. Okay, so I need explosives. I was about to go walk all the way back. So I gotta start researching and mining sulfur. God damn it. They are really good at baseball. I mean, supposedly, like, one of the best players right now is Otani. He's Japanese. Okay. Well, what do I do with sulfur? Do I just start collecting it, you know? Do I... But my wife, Melina, she fucked me up with any of my characters. She is good. Is your wife's name Melina, or is that a character that she plays? Okay, I'm not super familiar with the characters. I don't really play that game. Oh, it's a character. Okay. Is Melina the one with the fucked up face? She's got like teeth and wears pink. Like spiky teeth. Oh my god, sulfur's so far away. Dear lord. Alright, well I guess let's go build sulfur. A pretty surface level, hear me out. Well, I've seen what she looks like before she turned into that. Because it's like a disease, isn't it? I watched some of the cinematics of the Mortal Kombat. And it was about how she turned into that thing. No, I get it. I get you. I'm following. Can we talk about how delicious these look? These pale berries, I would probably devour in real life. Brittany brought home some pineapple. God, I couldn't think of the name for some reason. She brought home pineapple from Publix. I don't know what it is about Publix, but they have insanely good fruit. Dear Lord, that pineapple tasted like it was straight off the plane from, like, Hawaii. Which, if you haven't had pineapple from Hawaii, it is on another level. Not even joking. Is this sulfur up there too? Oh my god, I think it is. Maybe not. Actually, no, it's not. Okay. What the fuck? Alright. I don't remember building this. But apparently I did. See, I don't really... I don't know what to do here. Do I build a conveyor belt all the way back, you know? Like, it feels like that's what I should do, maybe. In the newest Mortal Kombat, it is disease, because the newest one rewrote the whole timeline. Oh. Before that, in the old timeline, she was just made by a character called Shang Tsung using DNA from Katana. Katana and Melina are daughters of Shao Kahn. Oh. Yeah, I've never understood any of the story. I started to when the new Mortal Kombat came out, because I was watching Moist Critical play it. And the new story, I mean, I kind of follow. But anything before that, yeah, I'm lost, pretty much. Alright. I'm debating whether or not I want to build a truck depot here. I mean, I think it makes sense to. Don't try to, especially the old timeline. Old timeline's just a plot for cool shit to happen. The story doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, that sounds about right. Did I just see lightning outside? Hold on. Is it gonna storm here? Either that or someone's shining a light into my house, and that's creepy. Nope, no rain. Now I'm creeped out. Let's see. I think I'm gonna make it. Let's see if I drive a truck up here. Have a good round out here. Let's do a 2 meter? Yeah. Oh, I should have done a 4 meter. I should also start like over here. I could kind of explain it, but it's not good. Well, I mean, honestly, who's really playing Mortal Kombat for the story? Probably not most people. Okay, now if I build a truck depot, like right here. Yeah, that'll be good. And then the truck can, like, drive up here, hit a little loop right here. Yeah, this will be good. Playing Mortal Kombat for the story is like watching porn for the plot. Yeah. Wait! They're ruining the pizza! What the fuck? Well, is there another one? I hear some hissing. Yep, there is. Wait, was it the same one? I think I just didn't kill it. Yeah, Tim's getting all nice now, huh? Tim's getting all nice now. He's trying to be nice guy, Tim. I don't know, bitch, cast your card. Got any rare Pokemon cards? I'll take that as payment. Alright. We got this hooked up to the truck depot. I like having dedicated power. It just looks right. Just saying. Damn it. Fine. We'll do it your way. Alright. Now, let me go ahead and run power all the way back. I should probably run it along a good path for the truck. Which, by the way, there is not a good path. Actually, I think this is good. Go this way. Hopefully these trucks don't hit each other. How Ben Powers is suboptimal base? Okay, so you're calling out meanness with meanness. My base is extremely optimal. I'm catching fucking little strays here. I hate Southwest, by the way, so horrible than take away open seating and free bags. Well, that's also why they're like the cheapest option, so, you know. Essay's like, why is everyone in Ben's chat just always so mean? Everybody's just pissed off all the time. Okay, how can I connect this? Ooh, wonderful. Cheapest is Spirit. Oh wait, no, you're right. Actually, yeah, Spirit. Spirit's the cheapest. Okay, now look at my truck. Look at him go. Wait a minute. I could just use this truck. All it's doing is hauling coal. Not to mention, this is probably going to fill up soon. See, now this is a problem. Oh. Do I do it like a specific truck depot or truck stop just for sulfur? You see, the issue is I can't just put another truck stop here because it would hit the first one every time. I could live with no free check bags, but no open seating. I can't. So I'm confused by wait, what do you mean open seating? What is even open seating? It wouldn't hit the first one because the autopilot doesn't go that way. Oh. That's kind of... I've never been on a plane ride that lets you do that. So you're saying... Well, I would have to edit this. I'd have to make it so it pulls in here and then goes, and then the other truck pulls in here and then goes for the other... I just don't think that would work very well. I feel like the answer is put it all right here. I wish you could choose, because it's got two different outputs, right? I wish you could choose like one coal, one sulfur. See, that would be cool. I think I just need to build a storage container. And deal with the... You know what? That's a great idea. Build a storage container, deal with the consequences later. Might even build two. Yeah, I'll just do one. Just build another truck. But it's not a truck that's the issue. Like, the truck isn't the issue. I have to build another truck stop. But, like, why? You know, there's, like, almost no reason for me to do that. Also, where? I could build it here, but this is getting so gross. Oh, it's getting so gross. Alright. Wait. How do I want to make this truck drive through? I think just like through here and then turn around. I feel like I need to watch a video on ideal ways of doing truck stops. I had started a video the other day, but it was like this guy was just yapping and I had no idea what he was talking about. Is there a way I can make like a corner piece? Is that a thing? No, of course not. Trucks are not lame. They look cool. Honestly, I might even just make it so that this is the primary drive up. So drive up here, come over here, come down, turn back around, and head out. The only real issue with this is they might run into each other, but there's that they don't really mess each other up, truthfully. It seems, at least. How do we like this? I think that looks good. You literally don't need them after you finish this phase. That's what you think. Except I like my trucks. I think they're neat. Actually do need to feed coal out. Out and over. Excellent. That'll keep that fed. I hope your trucks crash. Joke's on you. Even if they do crash, that doesn't do anything. Because they're cool like that. Okay. So now, I can go ahead and make my route. No fuel. Damn it. Excellent. Are we recording? Got it. Alright. All I gotta do is follow the power lines back. That is it. What I could have done is a big long route where one truck goes to the coal factory and the other truck goes to the sulfur factory, but oh well. I will say, planning your route with power lines is actually way more efficient than what I did before, which was wing it. All right, hit this spot. Then it just continues through and goes back around. Perfect. And you're out here hating on my truck. Look at this shit. This is awesome. As designed. I do think I'm going to have like a truck depot that I'm going to set up though, rather than having multiple truck stops that are just randomly placed. I'm going to set up like basically probably 100 or so meters away from my base of just a bunch of different truck stops. Even if they do ram into each other, they fix themselves. Trucks OP. Trucks on top. Also, I think these are tractors, by the way. Pretty sure trucks are huge. Alright. That's it. Now we just save it as sulfur. Excellent. And let it go. Let it be free. It's in the wild now. And it's got a little refueling thing going on here. Okay. So, Jesus. Let me go ahead and head back. I really need the better legs so I can get around faster. Also, I'm sure there's a keybind to hide all these nodes. I wish I could do that. Otherwise, I think I have to hop in the individual trucks to do it. Trains, lame. Too easy. Try doing what you're doing with trains with tractors. Bet you couldn't. Not as efficiently as I could, because I'm just like that. Why would I? To test your capabilities. Life isn't about taking the easiest route. It's about embracing challenges and finding solutions. Why would I nerf myself with something so garbo? Okay. It's not garbo. It's kind of cool, actually. What, you just hate seeing little trucks driving around everywhere? Little homeboy trucks? You hate that? I'd say it's pretty great. You know what is terrible? Barrel nuts. Worst food in the game. Trains have a cool horn. Actually, I think trucks do too. I just didn't try to honk it. I hope these are running. Yeah, they are. See, now watch this. Look at this. Hell yeah. Okay, I gotta say, though, the fact that it's already reaching out has me a little concerned. Why didn't you just ride the truck there? You can't. See, if I get in the truck... Oh, you mean, like, drive it myself? Because that doesn't... then I don't get to test the autopilot working. I had to make sure it worked. I'll drive it back now. Jump on top of it? How can I do that? Great, I just killed my truck. God damn it. I don't like your ideas, Tim. Look what you've done to me. Look what has happened now. I've tried jumping on top of them. Just don't be bad next time. God damn it. Let's see if these trucks just smash into each other. I wish they had, like, roads. Like, you could build just actual roads rather than having to use foundations or something. It would be nice to have, like, a left lane, a right lane. Maybe they do. Hold on. Maybe they do in the shop. I'd have to look. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Which truck is this? You can build a road? See, here's my concern. I'm concerned that it's going to drive close enough that the arm starts reaching out. Oh. It didn't. And now we should have sulfur. Oh my god. Wait. I don't think I set the other truck to unload. Wait a minute. No, this should be unload. Come back. Yeah, your train can't do this, can it? Excellent. It's just a foundation. You can paint it with asphalt and lock road lines. See that? That's what I need, yeah. Does it need to do that? Yeah, because it's not cool enough to want to do that. Now what? What the hell is going on? But look at that. Look at the... Oh! The production went down. Something's fuck. This is a fucking mess. No, it's not. No, it isn't. That has coal. Oh, it's water. Yeah, this is what I was concerned about. Because, what, they all take 45 a minute? Let's do some math. What's 45 times 6? I think I need another water pump. I was concerned about that. It's 270. 2 or more of your automated vehicles are deadlocked. No, the fuck they're not. It's because the power's out. I'll put it on my 24/7 server. No, absolutely not. This does nothing even needs to be fixed here. You're out of your fucking gourd. They did not ram each other. They probably just kissed. I'm sure they figured out a way to get around each other. I will, and there won't be anything there. I gotta build some extra water though. Hold up. What do we got? Max flow is 300, so this pipe by itself can support all those power supplies. But I just need to make sure that it's actually getting fed that much. I'm pretty sure there's enough space here for another one of these. So I said 270 cubic meters. This makes 120, so yeah. I'm 30 meters squared down on what I need, so I need one more of these. Which, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure these use a ton of power. 20 megawatts is kind of a lot. Resource is not deep enough. I don't think I'm going to be able to put it here. Honestly. Oh, no, I can. I can. I do have room. Okay. Let me go grab rotors. Ophelia. Check the field. Okay. I don't see anything from here. I think everything's fine. You've been on my mind, girl. Ophelia. I'm going. Hold on. I'm just grabbing rotors first. Imagine there were just no rotors in this. That'd be hilarious. Jinxie Map 3 Finals. Who are they playing against? Ophelia. Wait. They didn't ram each other. Why aren't they going? They literally have not rammed each other. Wait, why is this stopped? Well, that's stupid, because if they run in, if there's like an object in the way, they normally just hit it and then it teleports it around them. So they won't even try to hit each other? What kind of lame-ass navigation is that? They could be way more aggro. Glybo and a pro. Interesting. Hey, just saying, they didn't ram each other. I told you they wouldn't. And they wouldn't have. They wouldn't have rammed each other. I do need to make a road, though, so that I can have an established left and right lane. Ophelia, you've been on my mind, girl. Junko top fragged? No way. I'm telling you, ever since he role changed off of support, he's played so much better. I think we're actually witnessing him in his prime right now. Ever since he changed his role, I think he's been prime. So these pipes support 300 meters squared. I mean, if I really wanted to do this right, I would have 2 sets of pipes going down there, but I don't need that yet, so I'm not gonna do that yet. And I maxed out my power grid here, so now I gotta do this. 1, 2, 3. Skyte's so fucked. Lost in semis and broke his face cam? I've never seen Skyte get that mad. What? That's crazy, dude. I've never seen him that mad. Wait, why can't I... Check snap? Wait. That's Skite? Hold on, maybe I'm thinking of something else. Or someone else. Oh, I'm thinking of someone else. I was thinking of, who's the other guy whose name starts with an S? I think he's like an Asian guy. Jinxie's played with him before. Why can't I think of his name? There we go. Except it's not lined up. There we go. Shaiko. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Dude, you said that, and I was like, no way. I've never seen Shaiko get that angry at a game ever. Okay. We should be good on power now. Okay. Production's back up. I'm curious. Once these hit the limit... This should say 300 over here. Sky hits blinkers in semis, finals, and mental chalks every time. That's crazy. Okay, this is at 250. We needed at least 270. Alright, there we go. It should go all the way to 300. I'm banned in his chat. How did you get banned? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we are fucking pushing water out now. Okay, what's happening? It's doing the... Okay. Well, new issue. Calling him an obese fuck. That's hilarious. I almost wonder... This might not be pushing up enough. Is it? Head lift? Nope. Oh, God. I'm probably gonna have to disconnect power while I'm troubleshooting this. I'm pretty confident it's just taking forever for the water to get there. So I think I just need to... Honestly, if I just keep resetting my power, I think it might just get there. But I'll disconnect power just to make it easy. Map 3's Bank. Ooh, that's a good one. I've started to like Bank. Junko's cooked. He's got good strats on Bank, actually. Dude, he hits a cutoff angle on the top floor that is nasty. I've started doing what he does on Bank. It's gotten me a lot of kills, actually. Alright, should just disconnect this and everything will be fine. He DC'd on Bank in finals once? Dear God. Okay. Everything should be fine right now. Why is everything not fine? I just have to keep the power back on. I think I just have to keep flicking this until the water finally makes it back. God. Yeah, it's water is the issue. And I can't check the head flow. Alright, what if I disconnect everything? Except my water power. I'm glad I have this set up the way that I do, because it makes disconnecting power extremely easy. This just disconnects there. Alright. Literally the only thing connected now is my water. Well, that's not... I have a couple things over here, but still. Oh my god. I can't even run it just to get it going again. You know what I could do? Just to get it working again, I could go ahead and add a biomass burner. Wait a minute. I don't have to do that. Can't I just directly hook up power here? Hold on. Yeah. And then if I throw some biomass in here, it should be fine. I think I have some. Maybe I don't. I could make some real quick. I have some on me, I just don't know where it is. Otherwise this wouldn't be running. Although maybe I'm just about to run out, so that's the issue. Yep, that was the issue. Okay. I should have checked the water, because I've just kind of fucked myself now. Hopefully it's not an actual piping issue. But I don't think so. I think it's just because I need to have the water run to fill up all the pipes. Alright, let me make a bunch of biomass. Make some, let me drop some shit. Okay. All right. Put this in here. Make some more. It is actually nice to just have these for situations like this. Weirdly enough, my coal factories are actually running now. Oh my god. It's not enough. Why is this blowing? It gets to there. Would be me not having enough power. I have enough power. I just have to run my damn water pumps to get the water to fill back up. See, yeah, I just need this to... The pressure keeps dying because I'm basically cycling it rather than continuously running it. See that right there is what's killing it. Because it's got these, like, basically air bubbles in it. It might be good now. I think we're good. Let me check these pipes over here. Because as long as that says 300, then I have enough water. As long as this says 300, I do. Okay. I think we're finally good again. Thank fuck. Yep, they're filling up again. Filling up pretty slow, but they are filling up. I need Mark II pipes now, honestly. These would be filling up a lot faster if I had Mark II pipes, but it's fine. Alright, I can reconnect everything. Everything's fine again. We're cruising. And do these have any fuel left? They sure do. They have plenty of fuel if that ever happens again. Hook this up to there. What else did I disconnect? Disconnected this. And disconnected this. So everything's hooked back up again. Alright, what was I doing before all this happened? Interesting that the power was just off. Sulfur? Okay. Why was my power not on just now? Oh. Maybe because I think I tripped the biofuel things. Yeah. Yeah, we're good now. This should be at 300. Well, it should be at like... This should be at like 270. There's that gap. Expected this. This should go up to 270. Well, actually, it'll be at 300 until they fill up. And then it'll go to like 270. Okay. Yeah, I gotta say, the water simulation is really cool, but goddamn is it a pain in the ass when you accidentally deprive your power supplies of water. Okay. We are fully good to go now. Okay. Sulfur. Sulfur, sulfur. I've noticed the tractors haven't been hitting each other. Maybe that was just a one-off thing. Or it could have been they just haven't been running since the power on these the depots have been off. I'm not sure. Alright, but I got a bunch of sulfur here. I just need some coal, so let me grab a stack of each. I really need to empty out my inventory. I've got a bunch of just random shit in here. There we go, dropping off some sulfur. I like that. I wonder how it's calculating this. 20 megawatts is kind of a lot per station. That's why I'm thinking there's probably a more ideal way I could be setting this up. What the hell is going on here? Oh. Interesting. They actually wait for each other. That's really cool. Bet your trains don't do that. Alright, let me go to the MAM, research some sulfur shit. We got a blowy-uppy shit. My trains do wait? Lame. Here we go. So I really only need basic shit here. Detonator?
Research completed. Black powder recipe unlocked.
You know what
New
I just
sulfur
realized?
Research available.
I think I just realized something. Oh, by the way, let me go ahead and research this. Oh. Is it the MAM that I turn in my hard drives to? Oh, hard drives right there. Scan. 10 minutes? Alright. Fucking looking through Hillary's hard drives or something? What's happening here? What was I just talking about doing? What was I just talking about doing? Oh, wow. I've completely forgotten. Oh, I remember. This stuff. What is this? I didn't even need to do any of this sulfur shit. I had this. How do I equip it? Compatible. Oh, I have to build the actual weapon. That thing's considered a weapon. Okay. And it's like ammo for it. I don't have that part. Okay. So, if I go to sulfur, to build that, I have to build black powder. Ugh. I have to have steel pipe construction happening. Oh, fuck. Dude, I have the explosive. I just don't have the thing to use it. And I have silica, which is cool. Dude, imagine I just built all the steel pipe that I needed by hand. That'd be crazy. Well, I tell you what, I did some upgrades today. I think I'm going to pause it here and just call it a night here. I think next time the goal is to come back and do steel. I think I need to do that. I've been putting it off for way too long. What did you upgrade? I upgraded my power. I have sulfur coming in now. I have more coal coming in now. Oh, and I do have reinforced plates that have been building this whole time. So I have a reinforced plate supply, which I think was actually needed for some of the steel shit. So we made progress. And I have another truck set up to do some hauling. But I think I'm going to like look up some ideal ways to set up the tractors, because I think there's probably a way I can do it better. But we'll see, I guess. Alright. Well, thanks for hanging out. We'll do some more tomorrow. Probably going to play some more Dark Souls again tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe I might even just do Satisfactory. I've been really addicted to this recently. I'm going to keep hopping between Dark Souls. I just don't want to get too lost and lose the lore. But we'll see. Thanks for hanging out. Love y'all. I'll be back tomorrow, 10 p.m. on time. Because I've been on time every day this week. I think. Pretty sure. But anyways. Alright. Night night, y'all. Bye-bye.